Hello, check, check, check. Hello, mic check.
Check, check. One, two. Hello, hello, check one. Hello, check one, two, three. Hello, sound check, microphone testing. Hello, hello, audio check. Hello, hello, check one, two, three. Hello, sound check.
ਜਲਦੀ ਨਾ ਓਏ ਟਰੈਕ ਆਈ ਨਾ ਪਿਨਵਾ
ਲਿਆਂਦਾ ਹੈਲੋ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਂਦਾ ਸਿਗਨਲ ਹੈਲੋ ਚੈੱਕ 1 2 3 ਹੈਲੋ hello check 1 2 3 hello sound check hello check 1 2 3 hello audio check hello sound check hello microphone testing hello check
Lose my mind within. Your presence is so godly. Oh, you leave me waiting, 'cause you are my everything. 'Cause you leave me waiting, 'cause you leave me waiting. Baby, it's because you shine for me. Baby, it's because you shine for me. Baby, it's because I won't be all shy. Shy, but we take a swing. You're say everything. I won't be all shy. Shy, but we take a swing. You're say everything. You're say everything. Baby, you're say everything. What we take a swing. You're say everything. I want the ocean. Yes, do everything. Yes, everything. It's like a story, not baby, it's like a story, not you don't believe. It's like a story, not you don't believe. Dancing, dancing, dancing. We're slipping away. Ain't nothing new, it's gonna be time. Know that you feel like me too. Don't be afraid. Give me your love, baby, give me your hand now, yeah. I just walk with you anywhere. I feel like I'm not away. I wish you could take it away, but not that we have been a day. Give me love, give me up, give me all you can. I feel like I'm not away. I wish you could take me away, but not that we have been a day. Baby, I just want you to be give me your love, baby, give me your hand now, and give me your love, baby, give me your hand now, and give me your love, baby, give me your hand now, and baby, give me your hand now, and he's on me back and I fell up this only time. I know that you feel like me too. Don't be afraid. Give me your love, baby, give me your hand now, yeah. I just wanna talk with you anyway. I feel like I'm not away. I wish you could take me away, but now that we're hot better days. Give me love, give me up, give me all you can. I feel like I'm not away. I wish you could take me away, but now that we're hot better days. Baby, I just want you to be away. I wish you could take me away. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين Summer, 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 love fight for you, baby, baby. There's something about you, baby, of love, baby, baby, baby. Love fight for you, baby, baby, of love. That's love, summer of love, summer of love. Summer of love, summer of love. That's love. The sour minds, no one can feel what we are feeling at the moment. Feels like we're far, so far away, and face to face with life we've stolen. I will remember every touch, got nothing to compare to this. This love is what we meant. Love is what we're mad about. Whose dream has become his nightmare, his duty, and his mission. That last long kiss on a fragile December is in mercy for the man who knows only his ambition. Saying crazy, I love you, baby, and I can't stand it now. Oh yeah, left me melting, and I'm here hoping that you come back to love. Oh yeah, thought I was the only one. You left me here, I know. Guess I was not the right. Oh baby, don't tell me one more lie, 'cause I want to heal my heart. It doesn't understand your love. Your love's in my dreams, babe. I want to see, baby. I want to love you again. I want to see, baby. Saying, love you, baby. Oh, yeah, thought I was the only one. You left me here. Guess I was not the right. Don't tell me what more. 'Cause I want to hear your heart. Didn't understand your love. Oh, same crazy. I love you, baby. And I can't stand it no. Oh, yeah. Living in and I'm here hoping that you come back. Oh, yeah. Same crazy. Love you, baby.
and gentlemen, please settle down. We'll be starting in 5 minutes. I request everyone to please settle down. We will be starting in 5 minutes. Attention, everyone. We will be starting the proceedings momentarily. I request you all to please settle down and specifically please keep the aisle clear. Everyone in the audience, please resume your respective seats. We will be starting in a couple of minutes. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Symposium for Beacon House International College, the Future Ready Big Symposium. My name is Abu Bakar Iqbal, and I'm honored to be the master of the ceremony for today's event. Thank you all for coming, and I am thrilled to see so many familiar and new faces in the audience today. We have an exciting program lined up, and I can't wait to get started. Let us now begin with the recitation of the Holy Quran. May this recitation bless our event and our hearts.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين
Jazakallah. Now I would request everyone to please stand up in the honor of the national anthem of Pakistan. Thank you, everyone. You may resume your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you to this symposium organized by Deakin House International College, an institute that has established itself as a leader in transnational higher education over the past 4 years. This conference presents an opportunity for us to explore the ways in which our rapidly changing world is affecting the education sector and how educational institutions and students can adapt to the new realities. Throughout this conference, we will discuss a range of topics that are critical to the future of education in the form of keynote speeches and panel discussions. We will explore the importance of linking industry with academia and the role that educational institutions can play in driving social change. We will also consider the challenges of building strong quality assurance systems to ensure the best possible learning outcomes for students. In addition, we will discuss how education can be used as a tool for promoting social equity and justice, and how research can lead to better learning outcomes. And finally, we will discuss how Pakistan can achieve sustainable development goals related to education in the current context. I would like to welcome Mrs. Nasreen Mahmood Kasuri, Mr. Nasir Kasuri, Mrs. Amina Kasuri, Dr. Amjad Saqib, and all the esteemed panelists and speakers to be gracing this ceremony with their warm presence. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed further, we kindly request your attention for a few minutes for some important house rules. We kindly ask that you please switch off or set your mobile phones to silent mode to minimize any disruptions during the symposium. This will ensure a smooth and uninterrupted flow of the event. Thank you for your understanding and adherence to these house rules. Secondly, we'd like to let our audience know how they can engage with us during the panel discussions. We encourage you to write down your questions on a piece of paper, which would be provided to you by the ushers upon raising your hands, and hand them in. You can address your questions to any specific individual or to the whole panel generally. Please make sure to write down your name and affiliation on the paper as well. The moderator will collect these questions, and in the last 10 minutes of every panel discussion, we will try to address as many of them as possible. This will ensure that we have an engaging and informative session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us today Mr. Nasir Kasuri, the CEO of Beacon House International College and Beacon Energy Limited. He is also a board member of several organizations focused on education and innovation, including Homebridge, Knowledge Platform, and Teach for Pakistan. We are delighted to begin the formal proceedings of the symposium with his welcome remarks. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Kasuri on stage with a round of applause.
Sorry, Jay. Uh, Mrs. Nasreen Kasuri, Chairperson, Beacon House System and Beacon House National University. Dr. Amjad Saqib, Chairman and founder of Fuat, who I'm told is just going to be walking through the door very soon. Our esteemed panelists, guests, and my dear colleagues from BEC. It's a tremendous pleasure for me to welcome you to the first Beacon House International College Symposium, Future Ready Colleges. Educational institutions have had to evolve quite dramatically in response to internal and external requirements and circumstances. The 21st century has posed unique challenges to both educators and learners and has compelled us to ask what meaningful education really is. The fourth industrial revolution has introduced technologies like artificial intelligence and robotics, which can either be used by smart companies and individuals themselves beyond what would have been previously possible, or else they can also be left behind if they don't adopt these technologies. More recently, the release of general purpose AI systems like ChatGPT have forced people to start wondering what they're going to do in the future. Will they really be relevant? It is expected that at least 50% of the jobs that exist today won't exist in a decade or two. And that the jobs do exist. They do exist will require people to demonstrate an exceptional amount of creativity and ingenuity. Unfortunately, most universities and colleges are good at teaching students particular disciplines, but not necessarily the life skills and attitudes required to thrive in an AI and robotics centric world. It is imperative that the knowledge and skills imparted to students prepare them for both the rigor of the workplace and potentially also becoming the workers and employers of the future. This event is meant to deliberate on on these challenges and to explore solutions and ways forward to address them. We will be talking about a diverse range of topics, including how to make education more relevant, how educational institutions can be agents of social change, on quality assurance, technology, research, and much, much more. Beacon House International College was already set up from its very inception to have a focus on real world skills development. And this year, we intend to refocus and amplify our commitment to this objective. A new department has been set up to help students achieve their goals by ensuring that they get real world experience and training beyond anything else available in the KNE sector, called the Employment Placement and Career Advancement Department, or EPCAT for short. This team of highly skilled individuals has crafted a program that will not only help students acquire real life skills, but also provide them with internship and job opportunities to further hone those skills. Under this program, students will have to go through a multi year core program in which they will study things as diverse as design thinking, marketing, communication, literature, and much, much more. And this will be alongside their existing curriculum for whatever degree that they're studying. It will also include extensive guest speaker series, a mentorship program with industry leaders. The latter of which will see students shadow their mentors to see how they innovate and get work done. A student's journey will culminate with an internship at a leading Pakistani company, where they will be able to convert their academic knowledge into real world experiences. At the same time, so this is essentially what we're doing on the skills development side. At the same time, I want to talk a little bit about our core programs also. We're offering a range of programs with our various partners. BIC offers programs with Pearson, the University of London, Liverpool John Moores University in the UK, and recently we've introduced programs with the Northern Consortium of UK Universities, NCUK. So NCUK provides the opportunity for students to progress directly to 46 UK universities after completing a foundation year in Pakistan. Some of the best universities in the UK are on the NCUK panel, including Liverpool John Moores University, which is our exclusive partner in Pakistan. So we're very excited about that partnership. Um, we also have a partnership with Pearson. We offer their BTech and HND qualifications in Pakistan, which are primarily coursework-based programs, which are actually well aligned with our mission of giving real-world experience to students because these programs are very grounded in the real world. They're assignment-based, and they ask students to solve real problems. And we're very proud of our association with Pearson, even though we've only been doing these BTech programs for a few years. In only our second year of offering the programs, Pearson awarded us the World Teaching Center of the Year Award, which is given to only one institution in the whole world. So we're all very, very happy and proud of that achievement. We have a strong relationship with the University of London, who has a long-standing reputation for providing high-quality transnational undergraduate programs. They, in fact, invented the model pretty much. We are partnering with King's College London. These are all under the University of London umbrella. King's College, Royal Holloway, Goldsmith, and we're offering business, computer science, law, and psychology with them. And then, of course, as I mentioned before, we have an exclusive partnership with Liverpool John Moores University. LGMU is one of the world's top 400 universities in the Times Higher Global ranking. It is also a top 20 university in the UK for engineering, and it received two commended judgments by the Quality Assurance Agency UK. So we're very proud of being the first and only partner in Pakistan. We're also the first university transnational education provider in Pakistan to offer international engineering programs with Liverpool John Moores University. But the first time an institution is offering international engineering programs that are recognized by the Higher Education Commission and the Pakistan Engineering Council. This has never happened actually in the history of Pakistan before. So very, very proud of that, and we really hope that these engineering programs will start to grow quickly now that we have these accreditations. Um, the students that graduate from these programs will be unique in that they'll not just be Pakistan Engineering Council accredited, but also ECUK recognized, which means they'll have very, very high quality international employment opportunities wherever in the world they are. We're working hard to expand our relationships with our existing partners and have actually opened conversations with some new ones as well. So, not only are we planning on increasing the depth of the engagement we have with our foreign partners, but we're planning on bringing more partners in. And we also want deeper relationships. We believe that TNE shouldn't just be about delivering a UK curriculum in Pakistan. There should be more involvement of their staff, faculty, leadership in the actual delivery of those programs. So we're actually working this year to do that. And I think in the next year or two, students will see that the type of TNE programs we're offering in Pakistan are very different in their depth from what's being offered by others. Um, we're also hoping in the future to offer a larger range of exchange programs and study abroad programs in partnership with our foreign universities. Even now, our students can opt to do a semester study in the UK, or they can do their second or third year there. For those that don't want to travel abroad, even in Pakistan, they're given the opportunity to be constantly engaged with their peers abroad. So this year, we have launched what is known as a COIL project, a collaborative online international learning project. COIL projects are done, with joint groups of local and foreign schools where they work together to solve a problem. These projects essentially teach students to work across cultural boundaries and geographical boundaries. Research has shown that diverse groups have a much higher success ratio of finding effective and novel solutions to difficult issues. So, really, for students to be able to work in these diverse international groups is exceptionally important if they're going to be successful in the 21st century. Um, the first COIL project we did was conducted by the Law Department and involved groups of students in Pakistan, UK, working together to address a particular legal issue. We're planning on introducing a lot more COIL projects in the future, which will include all our faculties. We, inshallah, have constant engagement of all of our students across the board with their peers in the UK. So we're really excited about expanding that program as well. Um, we feel that this combination of different opportunities that BIG provides gives a really, really strong, foundation to students. So, our really, really enhanced life skills training program, which we're really taking to the next level this year. Some of the world's best academic programs with some great UK universities are focused on international collaborations and the coil projects that we offer. We feel that our students, inshallah, will be ready for the 21st century, and that's really what this symposium is all about. We've got some really interesting people over here. We hope to learn from them and to use these conversations to really help refine our own product and education offering, inshallah, in the future. So, very, very excited to be here. Looking forward to some really insightful and knowledgeable discussions. And I welcome all of my colleagues and guests here again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and informative welcome remarks. We are truly grateful for your presence and your valuable contribution to this symposium. And now it is my honor to welcome a visionary leader and educationist, Mrs. Nasreen Mahmood Kasuri, the chairperson of Beacon House Group. With her passion for education and her unwavering commitment to excellence, she has been a driving force behind the success of Beacon House as a premier educational institution in Pakistan and beyond. She was presented with the esteemed Living Legend Award by the Sustainable Development Policy Institute for her vital contributions to the growth of Pakistan's education sector for more than 4.5 decades. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mrs. Nasreen Mahmood Kasuri.
बस थोड़ा सा just a few sips of water. Yes, thank you. Oops. Mr. Nasir Kasuri, the founder and the visionary behind the big colleges. I don't think there are any parents here, but dear guests, faculty members, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to all of you. I see that most of the people here are from Beacon House, so anything that I need to say about Beacon House, probably they already know. I would say a few words just to remind them that we'll be completing its 50th anniversary. We'll be completing its 50th year in 2025, which is just 2 years from now. So as I Rawalpindi this morning, and as I drove to the Continental Hotel, I could recognize what I saw around me. I used to come to Rawalpindi very regularly because I had schools here. Most of them were on Peshawar Road, and I used to visit the schools. I used to come by the morning flight, and my first stop used to be the Pindi schools. And I knew. I mean, I could come to the schools with my eyes closed, and today with my eyes wide open, I couldn't recognize the roads. Pindi has changed so much. But I'm proud to see the Beacon House International College continuing that mission with bringing the objective of bringing the world's best international qualifications to Pakistan. BIC is committed to creating future ready colleges in Pakistan that can meet the needs and challenges of the 21st century workforce. I'm a school person. I've always run schools. I know almost everything that there is to know about running a school. Colleges is something new for me, and I'm very happy that Nasir has taken this initiative because it was very sorely needed. In our increasingly interconnected and globalized world, it is crucial that our educational institutions embrace the challenges of equipping students with the necessary knowledge, skills, and mindsets to excel in a globally connected society. The gap between academia and industry has been a long standing issue, with a mismatch between the skill graduates process and the requirements of the job market. To address this, we must foster a cohesive ecosystem that brings academia and industry together, enabling seamless knowledge transfer, collaboration, and innovation. As we all know, education is the key to unlocking opportunities and creating a better future. BIC intends to bring the future schools' core values into the transnational education system by adhering to the higher standards of integrity and quality and by fostering creativity in its students. BIC intends to transform the TNE space in Pakistan. BIC has established international collaboration partnerships with well known educational institutions such as Pearson's Education Limited, Liverpool, John Moore University of London, Northern Consortium, of the United Kingdom. These partnerships enable BIC to offer globally recognized and benchmark programs and qualifications, providing students with a high quality education that aligns with international standards. This initiative is very timely, ladies and gentlemen, given the cost of the dollar and the cost of traveling and all the other costs which have suddenly skyrocketed, not just with the situation in Pakistan and our economic situation, but there is inflation globally all over the world. The people are witnessing inflation. So at this point, it's not financially feasible for students to travel abroad to study. They have the option of going for a year or for a semester, but to go there for 3 years or 4 years sounds very difficult at this point. So this is, I would say, a very very timely initiative, and I'm sure it will see great response, and it will provide students with a platform which they would otherwise not have had. The Future Ready Colleges is a continuation of Beacon House's long-standing tradition of bringing top through leaders to guide its education, direction evidenced by many years of School of Tomorrow conferences. I'm sure most of you or some of you would have attended the School of Tomorrow conferences, which started about 5 or 6 years ago and have now become a regular feature in the Beacon House schools. They're extremely interesting and they address a wide variety of issues. To be future ready, colleges must keep up with the latest technological advancements, research, and innovation in their respective fields. The curriculum must be updated regularly to ensure that students are learning the most current and relevant skills. Ready colleges also emphasize the development of core skills such as critical thinking, problem solving, communication, and teamwork. These skills are essential in the job market, where employees are looking for individuals who can adapt to new challenges and work effectively with them. As an educator and also as an employer, one thing that I always look for when I have somebody come looking for a job is the fact that is this person capable of adapting himself or herself to changes, to this incredibly fast changing world. Or are they frozen in time? Are they people who learned something, who went to school, who went through a certain type of education, and they feel that's going to be enough for them for a lifetime? No, it won't. It may be enough for you for a year or so, but you have to learn new skills as they become available. You have to be continuously changing, innovating, and learning. I know somebody I know very well, and for whom I have great respect. He did his doctorate many, many years ago. He must be in his 70s now. And one day, in the process of a discussion, he said to me that, what I did in my doctorate is become redundant. I said, how come? He said, because it's gone into the chip and nobody needs to learn that anymore. So my doctorate, when I did my doctorate, I mean, those are things I needed to know, but now nobody needs to know that because it's now been saved. That's what is happening. I mean, strange things are happening. For somebody my age, I try to keep up, finding it difficult sometimes. But to ensure the graduates of the future-ready colleges are well-rounded and socially responsible individuals, these institutions also focus on fostering a diverse and inclusive environment which encourages students to be socially aware and responsible citizens. BIC is committed to creating a new generation of graduates that are equipped to succeed in the 21st century workforce. At the rate at which Pakistan is witnessing brain drain, we need to produce at twice the speed. We need to produce enough people, because we know a lot of these people are going to leave. We need to produce enough people that we have people here in Pakistan. We have the brains here in Pakistan to keep this country going. BIC is committed to providing Pakistani students with access to a world class education and preparing them for success in a rapidly changing global landscape. The collaborative partnership with leading international institutions demonstrate BIC's commitment to excellence and the development of a strong and vibrant educational ecosystem in Pakistan. By prioritizing innovation, experiential learning, and career readiness, BIC is on track to be one of the top leading colleges of Pakistan and creating a new generation of future ready graduates. I commend Beacon House International College program for its dedication to preparing students to be professional, skilled, and entrepreneurial citizens. Let's continue to work together by harnessing the potential of academia industry partnerships to shape a future where our graduates are equipped with the knowledge and skills to excel in the global stage. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here with us, and thank you for your interest. And thank you for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Uh, I please request Mr. Nasir Kasuri to please come on stage to present ma'am with the shield as a token of appreciation. And I also request Ms. Safia Qasim to please join us on stage as well.
I get this in return for being bullied into coming into to Pindi. I mean, I love coming here, but I was very tired this time. I had traveled a lot, and I tried to get out of it, but I was bullied into it. Yeah. So anyway, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Satya.
Thank you, ma'am, for being a guiding light for all of us and for your unwavering commitment to shaping the future of education in Pakistan and beyond. As with all the colleges in the 21st century, Beacon House International College has had to evolve in response to the changing needs of educators and learners. Today, colleges must not only prepare students for the rigors of the workplace, but also equip them with the skills and knowledge necessary to become entrepreneurs and employers of the future. At Beacon House International College, we believe in being future ready. This means actively working to create a better future by anticipating and adapting to change. By encouraging students to think outward and forward, we prepare them to thrive in a constantly changing world. We are committed to providing our students with the knowledge and skills they need to be leaders and change makers in the years to come. With that, let us watch this video. So, are we all ready? Looks like the left side is ready. So, are we all ready? That's about it. So, let's move on. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, many employers feel that there is a gap between the skills and knowledge that graduating students have and those that are required by the industry. At the same time, academic institutions aim to graduate students who are equipped with modern skills for the 21st century job market. Therefore, it is crucial to establish a strong link between industry and academia to equip students with real world knowledge that will help them grow and thrive. By bridging the gap between industry and academia, we can foster a symbiotic relationship that promotes innovation, prepares students for the workforce, and ensures that education contributes to solving real world problems. Beacon House International College is at the forefront of bridging the gap between academia and industry through its dedicated employment placement and career advancement department, also known as APCAD. With a strong commitment to preparing students for successful careers, BIC has forged strategic collaborations with top industry giants. These collaborations provide students with valuable opportunities to gain real world experience, internships, and employment prospects in leading organizations. Let us move on to the discussion on bridging the gap between academia and industry, which will set the direction for today's symposium. We have an excellent panel with us today, comprising of distinguished individuals who have made significant contributions to their respective fields. They will share their expertise and experiences on how academia and industry can work together to drive innovation and create an impact in the society. So, without further ado, let me introduce our esteemed moderator, Mr. Nasir Mahmood Kasuri. Mr. Kasuri is a renowned educationist and the CEO of BIC. He has a keen interest in promoting education and has worked tirelessly to improve the quality of education in Pakistan. I thank you, sir. We are also honored to have with us Mrs. Nasreen Mahmood Kasuri. I would request ma'am to please come on stage. Also joining us as a panelist is Mr. Ayub Gori, who is the Executive Director at NetSol Technologies. Then we have Mr. Najib Ahmed, who is the Country Managing Director of Hitachi Energy Pakistan Private Limited. And finally, we have Dr. Basid Riaz Sheikh, a PhD in Computer Engineering from Cornell University.
Hello. It's working. G. Hello. So I hope everyone can hear me. G. So again, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this panel. Um, as you probably well know, my name is Nasir Kasuri. It's a pleasure for me to host this panel. And in this session, we're talking about bridging the gap between academia and industry. We all know that Pakistan is going through a very tough time right now. But as they say, in every crisis, there's an opportunity. The per capita investment in tech firms in Pakistan is a small percentage of what it is in India and much lower than, in fact, most other countries in the region, including many African countries. This means that there's tremendous potential to attract foreign investment in the country and to simultaneously introduce novel services, which will allow us to mobilize our large population. There are tremendous opportunities for software, back office, and services export from Pakistan. Opportunities that Bangladesh has actually been able to tap into, which has massively propelled their economic growth, but we have yet to do that. And there is naturally tremendous room for growth of local businesses to serve the local economy. However, for many years now, local entrepreneurs have complained about the fact that the human resource that's coming out of local universities is not up to the mark. This limitation will become an impediment to Pakistan catching up with the rest of the world in terms of productivity and services export. In this panel, we have an esteemed group of local entrepreneurs, professionals, and educationists who are going to help us deliberate on the reasons for this gap and what we can do about it. Um, we hope to use this insight from this discussion to actually develop a roadmap or or further refine our roadmap in BIC as we foster stronger industry relationships. So, welcome to this panel, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll introduce our panelists now. So, we have Mrs. Nasreen Kasuri, who many of you probably already know, founded the Beacon House school system in 1975, which is the largest and oldest private school system in Pakistan and has played a pivotal role in women's empowerment in the country. Over 60% of Beacon House employees are women, and a very high percentage are in upper management. She is actively involved in a number of non-profit and charity organizations and has received the Sitara SR from the government of Pakistan, the Women Power 100 Award in London, and the Living Legend Award from the Sustainable Development Policy Institute. He's also the chairperson of the Beacon House School System and Beacon House National University, Pakistan's largest liberal arts university. First liberal arts, first liberal arts university, I believe. Okay. Um, Mr. Ayub Gauri is the executive director of NetSol Technologies, heading Inspire, the business incubator of NetSol Technologies, where he manages and develops a high performing team of coaches and high growth startups. He's also worked as the president of PTF Pakistan tech forum to transform Pakistan into a leading IT hub by increasing IT exports and making Pakistan a global attraction for skilled IT resources. Furthermore, he's founded and manages a fashion startup where he's responsible for manufacturing in Karachi and exporting in cities in England, in the English cities of London and Southall. And he is a certified coaching and resource consulting services coach. Mr. Najib Ahmed is the country managing director for Hitachi Energy. After it, following the transition from ABB Power into Hitachi Energy. Previously, he was with ABB as the country managing director for 6 years. Before joining ABB, he also served as a leading consultant for NESPAC for more than 4 years. He has a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from UET, executive MBA degree from Zebis, Dubai, a master's degree in project management from George Washington University School of Business. Dr. Basit Riaz Sheikh holds a PhD in computer engineering from Cornell University. He is a certified artificial intelligence expert and has multiple technology patents to his name. He has founded multiple successful businesses in the past, including Capital TV, one of the largest TV and digital news networks in Pakistan, InstaWorld, a fintech enabling e-commerce, logistics, and For Loops, a software services company providing managed cloud services, web application development, data analytics, and AI machine learning augmentation services to clients in the Western world. Dr. Sheikh has previously served as CEO of Universal Services Fund, 100 billion PKR fund for mobile broadband proliferation in Pakistan. Wow, it's a long intro. Welcome to all of our panelists. It's great to have you guys here. Um, I'll kind of start with sort of a foundational question, I think, to lay the ground, which is that we keep talking about this skills gap. And I was wondering, you all come from a diverse range of industries, represent different perspectives. So, what are these skills gaps that we keep hearing about? I just want to get a little bit more granular and specific about it. So within your particular fields, what are the specific gaps that you perceive in the industry, in the students that you employ, the young people, and then we'll move on from there. So I think we'll start with Basit, and then we'll, sort of, I think end with Mrs. Kasuri because maybe she can reflect on some of those gaps also. So, Dr. Basit, why don't you have a go first?
Thank you, Nasser, for having me over here, and I'm so glad to hear that like Beacon House International Colleges are focused on the future. So, as an employer and as myself, like who studied abroad, PhD is considered the highest degree that one can take, and one of the best universities in the world. Even when I graduated and entered the practical life, I felt myself that I wasn't ready, despite having attended the an Ivy League university PhD for the real life. And now, as an employer, actively hiring people, having a network of like over like 500 to 600 employees working with it, what I've seen repeatedly is that there is a big divide between what's coming out of the universities and the colleges, not just in Pakistan, but all over the world. And then what the employers are looking for. And the reason for that is that the technology, because of the technological innovations, things are moving very fast. And the colleges and the universities have not been able to catch up to that. For example, there was a Dell technology studies which says that by 2030, 85% of the jobs that we're going to have do not exist right now. So, how do you prepare students for the jobs that are not yet out there? So, I'll give some specific examples from the media industry that I am. For example, when we are hiring people, so we look for the mass communication bachelor's, master's. And one problem that I've encountered myself hiring those people is that, yes, they might be ready for the old school journalism and all, but they're not ready for the digital age. Most of these people have no idea how does the digital algorithms work. For example, at my network, and like not just mine, like most of the other organizations have focused and diverted attention towards digital enterprises. They're using YouTube's, Facebook, TikToks of the world to reach out to the audiences. And when we have a master's in mass communication come to us, they are clueless about how does YouTube work, what sort of skill sets are required for that. So we as an employer have to then teach them on those things. Similarly, in the software startup, what I've seen is that a lot of our fresh graduates are not ready with the technologies that are sought after. For example, AI technologies, the cloud managed services. There are hardly any organizations which are teaching, training people for those things. So that is the divide that we've seen. And towards the end of the panel discussion, I would also like to propose a few things that I've learned. But yeah, there is a clear divide out there.
Okay, great. That's yeah, that's really interesting. And you're right. I mean, old school communications is becoming, less and less relevant. And unless you know how to use social media and modern tools to communicate, you're pretty much not getting through to anyone that matters. Very interesting. Moving on, Ji, Ayub Saab.
Ji. Assalamu alaikum, everybody, and thank you very much, Nasir Kasuri sahab. And uh, it's a delight to meet the legend, Ma'am Nasreen Kasuri. And thank you, Safia, for inviting me over. Um, Very, very impressive that the way you're looking at the future and the role Beacon House Group is playing, BIC will be playing and is playing. Let me go back one step. I wear many hats. Netsol Technologies, my own startup, and then leading a national incubation center right here in Pindi. Um, I'm an optimist, and I have a habit of seeing glass half full and more opportunities. Especially in the times like these, where we are staring at dire situations. So I believe, people talk about. Let me take a couple of minutes. People talk about brain drain, about not having enough talent over here, about whatever talent there is that is going abroad. This is precisely, the so-called brain drain. This is precisely how India has become the superpower within the high-tech professionals. 40, 50 years back, all those people who went abroad are now occupying the top positions based on technology and management sciences. And they're leading the top technology firms and other, big corporations. um, and this year, they were saying, India was saying, although India is peaking, but it's not peaked. Most number of people are moving abroad. Why? Precisely for the reason of being in a position where they can dictate to the world. This is how their minds are developed. We talk about not having enough people. We should produce more people, not only for the jobs here, but for the world. I think the demand is going to be greater. And two reasons where we, the situation in the country, the economic situation where we do not have enough to feed all. I think, let's say if we export 10,000 people outside, not only will we have 10,000 less number of people to feed in Pakistan, but those 10,000 people will be sending the very important foreign exchange, the remittances. So this is the bright side where we need to produce more such talent that is well in demand. So I see that in in a 360 situation where we need to produce more. Now come to your point. How do we do that? What is the skill gap? The whatever we are producing, the talent is not job ready. For some reason there is a disconnect, and this is why we're here to talk about what that disconnect is, what needs to be done, what different technologies. uh, Dr. Basit has identified number of things, and and of course when we go deeper in this, we will identify how we can address that. But there is one important thing I would like to mention, and this is very different from others might say, is that shaur. Shaur is the common sense, the values, and the ability to connect the dots. Where do we learn that from? I mean, it is not taught in the universities. How can we learn the shaur? Those values that should be very, very commonsensical in our present in all societies. How we teach those? That is the question I leave to parents. Although not many parents are here, but many of us that are here are parents as well. So that is another thing. So we will talk more as we go, but these are the things I wanted to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayub Saab. No, it's true, and I think when you're talking about connecting the dots, it's not just one skill; it's a group of skills that has to come together to really allow people to think outside the box. And it's we're trying to collect that group of skills and bake and try to package it and give students something which really lets them go forward effectively in life. But I completely agree with you that one has to be able to connect the dots and think creatively, because sort of repetitive mundane tasks humans will are no longer doing them, and in the future will not be doing them at all, really. But thank you, Ji. Najib Saab, from your industry is a little bit different. It's Hitachi, some manufacturing related industry, and I'm wondering that from your perspective, what are the skills gaps that you see when hiring young people?
Assalamu alaikum, a very good morning. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. I think it's a great honor to be here on this very important topic for industry academia linkage, which is a need of our today. And I think it's need of collaborative efforts from both sides, from industry and academia, because we have to work very closely. And I really appreciate and congratulate big leadership and the team for arranging this symposium. This really, you can say, give the opportunity to interact with both with the industry and academia, listen each other perspective, and then we can have a collaborative approach. I see when it comes to the technology, you see there have been now the frequent changes in the technology because of the ongoing innovation. When we see the industry revolutions, we are in the era of industry revolution 5 now. And if you see the history of the industry revolution, starting back from 1780, once we start with the mechanization with like a steam engines with the water, and then it took 100 years to the next level, like it comes to the electrification, and it again took like to the next level just to when it comes to the automation side. But if you see from automation moving to the digitalization, it just took 40 years. And now we are in last 9 years, there have been recently changes to the, you can say, personalization, humanization, cognitive approach. So the point here is, what does it mean for the academia? Because as the technology is evolving so fast, so academia has to adopt this changing changes abruptly, and we have to, we can say, updated our curriculum, the requirements, so that it can be, we can achieve win-win situation both for industry and academia. When it comes to the gap, I see from the two perspectives. One is the technology side. As I mentioned, that technology is evolving so fast. So we have to regular, you can say, review and update our curriculum, because once we see that this orthodox learning style, and you can say our conventional, if I see electrical side, like the AC, DC machine, which we learn, that's not really help now, because the technology has evolved so fast now. So very look into like the latest technology in the innovation when it comes to the automation side, the digitalization side. If you see the advanced digital metering system, the SCADA mounting system, and similarly we have this asset performance management. So these technologies are evolving very fastly. Secondly, when it comes to the soft skill side, where we really see the gaps, as ma'am also mentioned in her address, we really see once the students come to us, that the soft skill sides really need to be developed more. It starts first from the work ethics, because work ethics is very important, which also comes for the personal integrity as well. And I'm very happy, and I see that since Beacon House has a foundation starting from the Montessori till this, you see the undergrad, even the postgrad now. So you have the core values which should have been developed into the students. So that's always comes from the DNA of the student itself. So work ethics is one of them. Then of course we see this analytical skills, problem solving, the time management. So these all are the communication, presentation skills. So there we see some gaps once we see the students come to us for the employments.
ठीक है जी. But thank you, Ji. No, certainly very useful, and as I was saying, we're hoping to really develop strong linkages with all your organizations, so our students can actually go in there and learn these skills. And what would be very interesting, because you actually spoke about some specific technical gaps in terms of engineering skills. Because we offer engineering programs, as I said, electrical and mechanical. And maybe at some stage, someone from BIC can come into a gap analysis and see because I hope there aren't that many gaps, because this is a British curriculum. But I think it's also important to map the curriculum that colleges are doing just purely on a technical skills side, also with the industry, to see where those gaps are. Soft skills gaps to hain, but sometimes there may actually be gaps in the curriculum because technologies are evolving so quickly. And I think that's something we're speaking to some people from, who are in the software business yesterday. And I think we can do that with the engineering business also, possibly. Thank you, Ji. And then to Mrs. Kasuri, I know that you're both an educator, but you're also like an employer. And so, from your perspective, what are the some of the areas, some of the skills gaps you see in very young people that you engage with as an employer?
Yes, Nasir, I'm an educator and an employer, and I can speak as an employer. As an educator, I have, my experience is mostly in schools. But since we started the Beacon House National University 20 years ago, I can speak for higher education as well to some extent. I mean, not with the same confidence as a lot of other people, but yes, I have exposure there. You see, the gap is always there in the schools. We see a gap between progression of students from one class to the next class. And I spend my life listening to teachers of class 4 complaining that the class D teacher did not give this child the skills that were required for her or him to be promoted to class 4, and then the class 4 teacher complaining and the class 5 teacher complaining, and they're always trying to get them to meet each other's expectations. It's a question of expectations. And in school we have that issue. And then we have the gap between when a child completes their school and goes into university, And I remember my own experience as when I went from school to university and it to college, and it came to me as a shock, because there was no hand holding. And it took me a while to get used to that. So, students have to be prepared for that. Our students, unfortunately, do not have confidence. They are brought up in an environment in homes where they are told to listen and to do as they are told and to not question. It's cultural with us. It's cultural. It's religious. It's cultural. It's the way we were all brought up, and do what you're told, no questions asked. So that is the type of environment that they come from. So you have to actually push them into asking questions, and interrogating, and get them to come out of their shell, to integrate, to meet with people. They need to develop their soft skills. Our students have no soft skills. They don't know how to engage. For instance, boys don't know how to engage with girls. They feel too shy. They feel hesitant. They feel, if I talk to this girl, she might think I'm flirting with her. So those are type of areas that they need to develop. Girls are shy to speak to boys. This gender gap is very great because of culture and religion. Those soft skills need to be looked into. And your communication skills, and how to talk, how to dress. In this country, for instance, one of my frustrations is that nobody thinks 15 minutes late is late. I think even 1 minute late is late. I feel that time is very important. If I give somebody an appointment for 9 o'clock, I want them to be there at 9. I don't want to have to wait for them. But most people, if they turn up at a quarter past 9, don't feel it's a big deal. So, it's those type of things that people now, for instance, in our office, what upsets me greatly is that everybody is walking around with a mobile phone stuck to their ear. Now, in the West, if you go to the West, if you call somebody in their office, they won't accept your call. They won't take your call. Because you see, it's a self-imposed discipline that when you're working, you don't talk on the mobile. So those are the type of skills that our people need to develop. But then coming to academia and industry, yes, there is a gap. The academia is too academic. It's just too academic. You teach them, you teach them with uh, no thought of what they're going to do when they go and join the industry. So the contact and the interaction between industry and um, uh, the curriculum, which is obviously has to be designed, is extremely important. And academia has to interact with industry. Industry has to stop complaining about academia. I've seen a lot of programs where people are complaining about the graduates which are coming out of universities. They're not being able to meet up to their expectations. I think industry also has a responsibility. They should also reach out to the academia and say that, look, this is what we are looking for. These are our needs. Please, look at what you're teaching, how you're teaching them. And leaders of industry should not be shy of being teachers. They should come to the universities, and they should also take part in, in the academics side of it. In the success of the American education system, and America has is a great power, as we all know. And as far as IT and all is concerned, it's all coming out of the Silicon Valley. The American industry and the American academia are hand in hand. They are exchanging information. They sort of they talk to each other. They look at each other's needs. The industry helps academia develop new curriculums. the academia comes up with new ideas, which the industry wants to pick up, wants to be the first to pick up. So those are things that we have to look at. And Nasser, you can stop me when you want to.
Yeah,
Uh,
I think
I think I
we
said
may
enough.
want to go on.
Huh?
Sorry. No, that's great. No, I'm saying that, yeah, no. Um,
Okay, he doesn't want to stop me
no,
being the
I do
yeah.
actually.
Doesn't want to
Because,
stop me. But anyway,
no, I was going to, okay, I was
I
going
will
to
get
actually lead.
last thing I want to say
Yeah.
is I've heard a lot of people complaining about the brain drain. I feel sorry also. I feel sorry when some of my talented people leave and go away. I feel very unhappy because I need them. But what I'm saying is we have a huge population which we are unable to control. Can we please train them, train enough people that we have enough, even after losing people to the big bad world, we still have enough people for our needs.
Yeah, no,
Thank you
fair
very
enough.
much.
That's true. So I think I have a follow-up question, which I'll start with you actually, with Mrs. Kusturian, and if the others want to chip in on that, they can also do so. I think very important question, especially for big education institution, is that what you're the founder of the school system and BNU. So what are these institutions doing to address some of those gaps, some specific examples, and do you have any advice for educationists, even us at BIC, of how those gaps can be covered? And then I'm going to allow anyone from the panel to also have a say in that after that. So please, what's the solution really?
You're into higher education, so, and you students are going to go straight into big bad world, as I call it, because that's when you have to show your work. And so I really have uh, no, special advice to give other than the fact that you, as an institution, should create an environment where your interaction with the industry is very active. You have an
Yeah.
active interaction with the industry. And students are allowed to go and visit different industrial business units where they see what's happening, how it's happening. Sometimes you start with uh, wanting to be a software engineer or something, and then you turn out and you decide that no, you want to be you want to do something in communications. You change your mind after you see how it's working on the ground. So, I mean, give your students as much exposure as possible. And all these people here on the panel and otherwise, if they can be requested to come and speak to the students as
Yeah.
frequently as possible, the students need to talk to them, and need to ask questions of these people because they're there in the field. The students need to know what it feels like to be in a particular industry so they can make up their mind.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We plan on requesting them to be guest speakers and engaging. Gee, of course, Ayub Saab, I mean, everyone will get a chance. So Ayub Saab, then Basit, then Ajib Saab also, agar aap kuch kehna chahe, please, Ji.
Hello. So it's a very important question. Netschool has been a leading IT company within Pakistan, and one of the key reasons why we are where we are is our attention to details, the quality of software that we produce, and the discipline we bring in. So, combined with the globally accepted principles, combined to CMMI level 5 codes, uh, this is one of the key reasons uh, why we induct one of the largest workforce every year. We lose as much, if not more, to brain drain. And on the one side, it's brain drain where people, when they have worked with natural technologies for, let's say, 2 years, 3 years, they are in high demand by the next year companies who would like to access the best talent, and they would offer them, double the salary or whatever. Or these people are, if they're really truly talented, they would move abroad. The other lot is when you take the fresh talent from the top universities, be it FAST or LUMS or IBAs of this world, um, or NUST, uh, you are taking them on their face value. You hope that they will be developed into something more useful. And when we find out, let's say we induct three to 400 new youngsters, fresh grads every year, we lose half of them because they don't come up to the mark. So that is a big challenge for us as well. Coming to the next part on solution. Look, when a new intake or new batch comes to a university, they are there on the basis of the grades they got previously, whether it's A levels or FSC or whatever, IB or whatever they had done. Uh, but they come from different backgrounds. They come from different, all diverse cultures. What we lack in most of the universities is a foundation. Bring everyone to the same baseline. In terms of what is going to be the expectations from them and how will they be adopting to the new learning environment. I think that foundation must be done 3 to 4 weeks or even more. So that is one thing. Second thing is, like most of us have mentioned, is the curriculum. So the curriculum is very important. But now let me touch upon something else as well, and that is the teacher methodology. How you teach, what is the methodology you're adapting. Okay, the best of the curriculum from abroad or what is currently required, but what about how they are being taught? Are they encouraged to question? Are they encouraged to do extra reading, extra research? When they come to the class, have they already learned about what they be discussing on the day? So that is next. The next comes to what I feel is very important: training the trainers. Who are these teachers? Have they had any? I mean, when you go to the sixth semester onward, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, uh, do the teachers have exposure to the real life? Do they understand? Have they been employees themselves? So it is very important that they are also, aware of what is required to teach. And I also would like to encourage uh, the industry to, give the HR to encourage their subject matter experts to take classes in the evenings or over the weekends and transfer the knowledge, because it would be coming from the source, and what is required to be more productive. So I believe
Yeah.
these are very, very important from my perspective.
तो
Thank
यूँ साहब हम आपको रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे डेफिनेटली बाय द वे इवनिंग क्लासेस का
I'm always there. Look, one of the one of the hats I wear is NIC, leading NICs.
आई एम
And
नॉट जोकिंग बाय द वे
no, I'm serious. I would like to come for keynote.
वी वुड लव टू हैव
Definitely,
यू देयर वी विल इंशाल्लाह वी
we would
विल
love to
इंशाल्लाह
do keynotes, but I don't know
जी
anymore. We'll see. We'll see.
बासित जी
Some of the things that Mr. Suri mentioned, I completely resonated with me based on my own background and experience in education and running companies. For example, I completely agree there's a lack of soft skills that you see with people coming out of colleges, lack of collaboration between industry and academia that is so strong in the US. In fact, like we were actively getting internships while studying there. It doesn't happen here. Like those are not just internships like photocopying papers. Like there's real internship working
या
on real research papers and all. And then how we need to produce more people. For example, there's a Con and Perry report which states that by 2030 there's going to be a global shortage of 85 million skilled workers, representing a $4 trillion in opportunity. That's an opportunity for a country like Pakistan to train and produce those people, which not only be benefiting themselves, but also our economy in that foreign exchange that you have mentioned that's so valuable. So the things about the solution part, what based on my experience, I believe that the college education has to be divided in these five fundamental parts. And I feel that our current colleges, not just our current colleges worldwide, they're working on only the two aspects of it, and those three missing parts of it. So I'm going to narrate like what those five parts are. So one is the foundational part, the core part where you teach them basic language skills, analytical skills, mathematical skills, and all right. That's colleges are doing it. They need to keep at it, and they need to be doing that thing. Then there's the core specialty. For any degree that you're doing, there's a core specialty for it. For example, if you're a computer science bachelor student, they'll teach you algorithms, they'll teach you data structures, they'll teach you operating systems. These are foundationals of that subject, right? In finance, they'll teach you financial accounting, finance 101. So those are there. So those two aspects are covered. Now, those three aspects, which is extremely important basic experience that is not covered, number one is navigating life, like Mr. Kusuri said too, about soft skills. So, how do we, when I came out of college, I had no idea how do you take care of your finances? Do we teach people, how does money work? We don't. They have no idea, about the savings and all. Then nutrition, we think it's a very, light subject, but Pakistan, 30% of the people population here suffer from diabetes. This is the highest rate. We don't even know what is good for us to eat, and also these are the things that we need to teach them how to navigate life. Mental health. People are eventually going to face problems because of stress. Are we, training them to deal with those things? So that navigating life, training them on soft skills is extremely important. Number four is the skill sets. Now, these are the skill sets which are different from your core specialties that you're learning. These are more for the current jobs. For example, what I mentioned about if you're in media, you need to learn how YouTube algorithms, Facebook algorithms work. How do you edit your programs and videos to make them more suitable for these things? But so these skills are very relevant for each field that the universities and the colleges need to do that. And as Mrs. Kusuri said, since things are changing so fast, you cannot train everyone for everything. So you need to train them for one skill which is most valuable, that's self-learning skill. Because people here do not know how to learn. They've been spoon-fed for years and years. And one skill, and how do you do that? So what I would like to see, and I would request, you guys to take a lead on that. Give a student these 20 topics and tell them to learn by themselves. Go on your own, learn them. Do not teach them anything, and then test them on that.
They'll probably just chat GPT it.
Yeah. So even how do you use
How do you use
ChatGPT
chat
is
GPT?
is also a skill that you need to acquire, right?
Use it effectively,
Yeah.
absolutely. I
So
completely.
so as a PhD, I am still adding skills, every year, because I feel like what I did my PhD in 10 years ago, as Mr. Kasturi mentioned about her friend that he's 70s and it's relevant now. It is like, so I need to keep adding this. That's a skill I learned as part of my PhD. So self-learning, I think, is going to train our students to better equip them for the future. So this is my.
Super important. I think that's a really valid point. Thank you for that. The most important like skill to have in the future will be how to learn new things, right? Because people will be changing jobs, technologies will be becoming obsolete, and if skill sets will be becoming redundant every decade or even
Yeah.
less possibly. Right? So, no, absolutely. Najib Saab, one of, in our pre-panel discussion, you spoke, you were very passionate about industry academia relationship. So I was wondering if you can talk a little bit more about that. And some models of successful industry academia relationships that you're aware of, and just guide us based on your experience, how best that can be done.
First of all, I would just like to mention here that we shouldn't underestimate the brain of our young generation. I have been associated with this organization for last 25 years now, and I feel proud to mention that the Pakistani nationals are serving in this organization at the top-notch level, even in the executive committee. So that's a real pride we should have from Pakistani nationals. And secondly, of course, as we mentioned, the gaps which we have, there is a theoretical knowledge which is always taught in the like academia, but we feel that the gap in the practical side. I will just share my experience. I served 16 years in the Middle East, and once I came back in 2014, I visited UET, my alma mater, and I was very shocked to see the situation there. Then we went the electrical power system lab in UET Lahore, and then we have the understanding that we will have a regular training session to both the faculties and the students, so that they should have a hands-on experience on the, you can say, our latest technologies, which is of course applicable for all the vendors. And similarly, we have done for the U in NED where we developed the automation lab. This is one of the steps which we have done, and I see that this hands-on experience really helps to the students, because the theoretical knowledge is of course is required, but the practical knowledge is always very, very helpful. And second, very important, you can say the actually it's going to be that the internship programs. As my colleague also mentioned, we have a regular internship programs, and in our internship program, it's not like that students come there and we just engage them in, you can say, non you can say practical stuff. We have like a rotation for different departments. They spend time, and also we utilize these interns to the on-site activities. Like we have some ongoing project going on. So they go on the site, they, they see actually, you can say, electrical equipment on site, which they have never seen in, you can say, the in the universities. That really helps them to seeing is believing. So that really helps some students get more insight, and that I really encourage that even from big. We are very happy to take students on the regular internship program, not only on the summer internship. Whenever your students can be available, we can engage them in the internship programs. And yes, and secondly, I really want to mention here that sometime I received a request now that perhaps it's a PC requirement that student must have an internship for 6 weeks or 8 weeks before getting their final year degree. And then sometime I got the request that please give us a certificate, we are not available. So we really discourage that kind of attitude, because as I mentioned before, that that's the behavior part which we really want to encourage to develop into the students. And the last point I really want to highlight, I am also part of the Industry Academia Board of Youth. So we have a regular sitting with the faculty and the industry leaders where we discuss the curriculum, and we really share our requirement from the industry. I just give one example. There have been a lot of discussion on the carbon neutrality, and we see everyone is focusing on 2050 we should have carbon neutrality, and there's a lot of focus even in Pakistan on the renewable side. And so renewable energy is one of the curriculum which we should also can have in a focus area, which I'm not sure whether the big or other institutions are really taking up. And similarly, as ma'am mentioned, we are also willing and we are happy to even have like a visit whenever you require as you can say a guest speaker, or even if you see the industry leaders that can really help to you can say mentor the students, because one-to-one mentoring that also really helps to develop the students. We can share our personal experiences that can really help the students to develop their you can say skill sets. So these are some of the you can say process.
No, fantastic, G. There's some. I'm trying to weave in some questions from the audience which are linked. So there were a couple of industry related questions. So one of them was that are there other industry engagement opportunities other than than internships that you feel can be valuable in fostering industry academia relationships?
Yeah, I will just make one point here because I think there's a clear distinction between our grades and what we have the international grades. In my opinion, in your final year projects, you should have the projects which is industry affiliated. So
Okay.
there you can have a discussion with the industry,
Yeah.
both academia and you, where you
Fair
can
enough.
also present whatever your value add you can bring to the industry, and even the faculty can be part of this consultation process, because even the students should have some industry related projects where they can be engaged with the industry for a certain period like 6 months to 1 year time in the final year. That can really help. I think that's one of the factors which we could also focus in Pakistan as well.
No, I think that's a very valid point, and we shall certainly take that into consideration when we're assigning their final projects, and hopefully get some of you gentlemen and other people in the industry involved in that process. Um, and so I'm just cognizant of the fact that we're also running short of time now, so I'm trying to wrap up quickly. I wanted to speak to you, Ayub Saab, briefly. You said something very interesting in our pre-panel discussion. You said your son has opted for purely skills-based education pathway. What what does that mean exactly? How does that look? And does it worry you that that may not be the best choice for him in the future?
I I certainly believe in empowering youth, and if they want to you know, want to develop or create their own path. I would encourage them. So when I talk about this openly within the industry, talking to the youth, how can I then tell my son, you have to go through a traditional education? A very different thinking individual, I've realized very early in life, and he has a great power of communications. And I let him be. I first of all I was shocked that he wanted to not go to university in a traditional way, but do all the courses that are required in his chosen field. But then, what field is he talking about? And he wanted to discuss that. So I gave him the exposure. I mean, within my startup, within NetSol Technologies, and within other companies owned by my colleagues, I gave him exposure. And he kept doing specialty courses and kept excelling. And the good part was that he was able to connect the dots, which is very important. And then, like 2 years down the line, I realized he would find 4 year traditional education in the university is very, very slow. And this is how, kids from Stanford are mostly dropouts, all the big entrepreneurs. They're dropouts because they get the point within the 1 year or so, more exposure, more learning opportunities here, over there. So I felt my son Uzair found that, and he's very keenly working on AI. And perhaps I should bring him to Dr. Basit on AI mentoring, and also AWS and all of that. So I'm very happy. It is not for every kid, I must say. Most parents would be shocked if they don't tell their peers and colleagues their son is not going to ABC University and the son has not got those grades. But what is more important is if the kid is, you believe, is in the right direction and is getting the right feedback or giving the right feedback, let them be. Even if they want to take a year off, a gap year, that's what we call a gap year, to find out after A levels what do they want to do. Let them be. There's nothing wrong with taking 1 year or 2 years off. They'll come back to the traditional education, and then they would be more excelled in that. So, my
Thank you, G. I think we're very interesting, though it's not the right solution for everyone, but I do agree that in the future, education is going to be less focused on pure degree learning and more short. And we want to introduce actually a lot more short courses in Beacon House International College. So maybe we can talk about what the right ones would be. But ladies and gentlemen, we're more or less out of time now. Thank you for your very, very valuable insights. We have people taking notes there. We are going to try to foster stronger industry relationships. Um, ask you, gentlemen and lady, to mentor some of our students, to come and talk to them, and really link our final projects with the industry and really make it a cohesive whole. And I encourage you, gentlemen, to also do whatever you can to really help our students link with the industry, because at the end of the day, it's a win-win scenario. If you're producing the right type of graduates, they add value to your organizations. And if we link them with you, we're able to give them employment opportunities. So it's a virtuous circle, really. Thank you for your insights. Very, very honored to have you all here. And that is the end of this panel. Thank you, everyone.
request all the panelists to please resume their presence on the stage. And I'd like to welcome Ms. Safia Qasim, the Country Head Operations, Beacon House International College, on the stage as well. Nasir, I would request you to please present the shields to the esteemed panelists. First of all, Mrs. Nasreen Mahmood Kasuri. Then we have Mr. Ayub Ghauri. Then Mr. Najib Ahmed. Dr. Basid Riaz Sheikh. And now Mrs. Kasuri. And now I'd request Ms. Safia to please give the shield to our esteemed moderator, Sir Nasir Kasuri. I thank all the esteemed panelists and Sir Nasir for their valuable time and their thought provoking insights into the panel discussion. Esteemed guests and colleagues, let's commemorate yet another remarkable milestone as we proudly celebrate the fourth anniversary of Beacon House International College, a testament to our extraordinary success and unwavering commitment to excellence. From our humble beginnings with the visionary team of our employees, we have flourished into an exceptional institution comprising an astounding workforce of around 200 brilliant individuals, each contributing their exceptional talents to our unparalleled success. In just 4 short years, we have left an indelible mark on the educational landscape, boldly introducing 10 exceptional programs to our esteemed repertoire. And we do not intend to rest on our laurels, for we are forging ahead with an unwavering determination to extend our reach into the realm of postgraduate programs, setting a new benchmark of academic excellence. Distinguished as the pioneering force in TNE engineering programs in Pakistan, we stand tall as the sole institution recognized by both the prestigious PEC and the Higher Education Commission throughout the entire country, winning the BTech Institution of the Year 2022. With that, I would like to request the presence of Mrs. Nasreen Mahmood Kasuri, Mr. Nasir Kasuri, Mrs. Amina Kasuri, Ms. Safia Qasim, with all the campus heads and the heads of departments for the much awaited cake cutting ceremony of the fourth anniversary of Beacon House International College. Mr. Kasim Kusuri, please also approach. Mrs. Nasreen Mahmood Kasuri, Mr. Nasir Kasuri, Mr. Kasim Kasuri, Mrs. Amina Kasuri, Ms. Safia Kasim, with all the campus heads and heads of department, please come for the cake cutting ceremony. I thank all the dignitaries. We will now have a tea break before we resume with our next session. We will reconvene at noon sharp. We encourage you to take this opportunity to stretch your legs, grab a cup of tea or coffee, and network with your fellow attendees. See you.
The ocean, it's like a story I complete. Baby, it's like a story I complete. It's like a story I complete. Dancing, dancing, we back and I fell up this whole time. I know that you feel like me too. Don't be afraid. Give me a love, baby, give me a hand now, yeah. I just wanna look with you anywhere. I feel like I'm not away. I wish you could take me away, but nothing will help anything. Give me love, give me up, give me a hand. I feel like I'm not away. I wish you could take me away, but nothing will help anything. Baby, I just dancing, 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 give me a love, baby, give me a hand now, yeah. Give me a love, baby, give me a hand now, yeah. Give me a love, baby, give me a hand now, yeah. Give me a love, baby, give me a hand now, yeah. I'll be back and I feel love this only time. I know that you feel like me too. Don't be afraid. Give me a love, baby, give me a hand now, yeah. You don't know with you anymore. I feel like I'm on the way. I wish you could take me away, but nothing will happen today. Give me love, give me up, give me a hand. I feel like I'm on the way. I wish you could take me away, but nothing will happen today. Baby, I just dancing, 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 I wish you could take me away. I wish you could take me away. But nothing will happen. Baby, I just dancing, 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 It's your love that I'm fighting for. Need to know in my belly standing more. You're my biggest friend. You're my greatest soul in the wind. Look you cry when you're going down. It's your love that I'm fighting for. Need to know in my belly standing more. You're my biggest friend. You're my greatest soul in the wind. Look you cry when you're going down. Greatest soul in the wind. I am going. Need to know in my biggest animal. My biggest greatest soul in the wind. So love that I'm fighting for. Need to know in my biggest animal. My biggest friend. My greatest soul in the wind. My biggest animal. Greatest soul in the wind. Summer baby, baby, see that you love me, that baby, baby, there's something in your eyes, baby, 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 see that you love me, that cry for you, baby, baby, that's all I want, baby, summer 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 love, baby. Say that you love me and cry for me, baby, baby. There's something in your baby, baby, baby. Say that you love me and cry for me, baby, that's all I want, baby. Summer that's all I wanted.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume the session in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting momentarily. I request you all to please get back to your respective seats so that we may resume with the rest of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is an absolute privilege to have with us today a true visionary leader, a compassionate change maker, and a relentless advocate for social and economic development. Dr. Amjad Saqib, the founder and chairman of Akhuwat, joins us as our esteemed keynote speaker. Dr. Saqib's remarkable accomplishments are a testament to his unwavering dedication and commitment to transforming lives. As the driving force behind Akhuwat, the world's largest interest-free microfinance program, he has disbursed over 195 billion, providing financial assistance to 5.7 million impoverished families in Pakistan. Dr. Saqib's expertise spans a wide range of areas, from governance to poverty alleviation, microfinance to rural development. His profound impact has garnered global recognition, including prestigious awards such as the Raman Magsaysay Award, Islamic Economy Award, and Social Entrepreneur of the Year Award. Through his captivating speeches and insightful writings, he continues to inspire and educate the audiences throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great anticipation and gratitude that we welcome Dr. Amjad Saqib to the stage. Let us open our hearts and minds to the wisdom and inspiration he is about to share with us. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause to Dr. Amjad Saqib. Whatever way you're comfortable.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Very respected Mrs. Nasreen Mahmood Kasuri, Janab Nasir Mahmood Kasuri, Kasuri family and Beacon House family, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My great honor and privilege to be invited to such an august gathering. But in very beginning, I would like to submit that I love my language, which is Urdu, and with your kind permission, उनका प्याम और है मेरा प्याम और है इश्क के दर्दमंद का तर्ज कलाम और है मुझे बेपनाह खुशी और मसरत का एहसास हो रहा है कि मैं उन लोगों से मिल रहा हूँ जो इल्म से वाबस्ता हैं इल्म रोशनी है इल्म ज़िंदगी है इल्म तहज़ीब है इल्म सलीका है और ये इल्म है जो आदमी को इंसान बनाता है वो जो गालिब ने कहा कि बस के मुश्किल है हर एक काम का आसा होना आदमी को भी मुयस्सर नहीं इंसान होना तो आदमियत से इंसानियत का सफ़र जो है वो इल्म की रोशनी में आगे बढ़ता है जो शख्स भी इस शम्मा को रोशन करता है बहैसियत उस्ताद बहैसियत लीडर तो उसकी कदर व मंजिलत जो है मैं समझता हूँ कि मुआशरे में सबसे ज़्यादा होनी चाहिए बिगन हाउस 2 दहाइयों से ज़्यादा अरसा गुजर गया है तालीम के शोबा से आप मुंसलिक हैं 5 दहाइयाँ हो गई मैं 2 दहाइयों से ज़्यादा एहतियातन इसीलिए कहा था तो बहरहाल क्या वो एक मुझे और शेर याद आ रहा है तहज़ीब व तामीर फ़न में जो भी हफ़ीज़ का हिस्सा है निस्फ़ सदी का किस्सा है 2-4 बरस की बात नहीं तो ये जो निस्फ़ सदी का किस्सा है 2-4 बरस की बात नहीं तो न जाने कितने हीरे जवाहरात को आपने तराशा होगा और फिर वो उनकी रोशनी से हमारा मुआशरा जो है वो फैज़ उठाता होगा मैं सबसे पहले आपको मुबारकबाद पेश करता हूँ फिर आपने जो मुख्तलिफ और इनिशिएटिव्स ये انٹرنیشنل اسکولنگ کا جو کانسیپٹ ہے کہ آپ پاکستان کا نام دنیا میں لے کے جا رہے ہیں، کتنی بدقسمتی ہے کہ دنیا میں ہمارا نام جہالت، تعصب اور تشدد سے منسلک ہے۔ ایک وہ ہیں کہ لیا اپنی ہی صورت کو بگاڑ، اور ایک وہ ہیں جنہیں تصویر بنا آتی ہے۔ یعنی اس قدر خوبصورت ملک، اور باہر آپ جا کر کسی سے تذکرہ کریں تو شاید اس کے ذہن میں پہلی بات یہی آتی ہے کہ بہت پرتشدد اور بہت متعصب معاشرہ ہے، جہاں عورت کو حقوق نہیں ملتے، مائنارٹیز کو حقوق نہیں ملتے، جنگ و جدل ہے۔ تو اس پس منظر میں آپ نے اگر باقی ممالک میں جا کر یہ علم کا شمع روشن کی، تو یہ ایک مثبت آپ کا تاثر پاکستان کا، اس پر بھی آپ کو مبارکباد پیش کرنا چاہیے۔ تو مجھے کچھ دیر میں سوچتا رہا کہ نہ جانے کیوں دعوت دی گئی، اور میں کیا کہہ سکتا ہوں، کیونکہ میں خود نہ استاد ہوں اور نہ کوئی اس طرح کا بہت بڑی تعلیمی درس حاصل ہے۔ البتہ ہماری چھوٹی سی کوشش ہے۔ پہلی چیز تو پھر میں یہی کہوں گا کہ علم جو ہے وہ اس کی ہمیں سب سے پہلے سب سے زیادہ قدر و منزلت کرنی ہے، کہ یہ پہلے وہ لفظ ہیں جو اللہ تعالیٰ نے اپنے نبی پاک صلی اللہ علیہ وآلہ وسلم کو کہے، پڑھو۔ اور پھر یہ بھی کہا کہ علم کا حصول جو ہے وہ ہر مرد اور عورت کا فریضہ ہے، اور پھر یہ بھی کہا کہ علم کے حصول کے لیے کہیں دور دراز صحراؤں میں، جنگلوں میں، وادیوں میں، کانٹوں میں سفر کرنا پڑے تو پھر بھی جاؤ۔ اور پھر یہ بھی کہا کہ حکمت اور فراست مومن کی میراث ہے، جہاں سے بھی مل سکے۔ فیتھ کے اعتبار سے ہٹ کے بھی اگر کوئی شخص سوچتا ہے تو پھر ہم گریک سویلائزیشن سے، رومن سے رجوع کرتے ہیں، ہم ایرسٹوٹل، پلیٹو کو کہتے ہیں۔ ایرسٹوٹل کی بڑی مشہور کوٹیشن ہے کہ knowledge is refuge in adversity and ornament in prosperity۔ تو آج مغرب میں دیکھیں تو ہم سے آگے کیوں ہیں؟ اس لیے کہ وہ علم میں آگے ہیں، اور یہ تو خدا نے خود فرما دیا کہ جاننے والے اور نہ جاننے والے برابر نہیں ہو سکتے۔ ایک لمحے کے لیے میں آپ کو 7th یا 8th سینچری میں لے کے جانا چاہوں گا۔ ایک شہر کا نام تھا کرتبہ، ایک مملکت کا نام تھا ہسپانیہ، اور کرتبہ اس زمانے میں دنیا کا دوسرا بڑا شہر تھا۔ 5 لاکھ سے زیادہ اس کی آبادی تھی، اور وہاں پر ایک درسگاہ تھی جسے کرتبہ یونیورسٹی کہتے تھے۔ آج ہارورڈ میں علم سے محبت کرنے والے، یا آکسفورڈ میں یا کیمبرج میں الٹیمیٹ ڈریم آف اے اسٹوڈنٹ کہ میں کرتبہ ادھر ہارورڈ جاؤں یا آکسفورڈ جاؤں یا کیمبرج جاؤں، اس وقت الٹیمیٹ ڈریم ہوتا تھا کہ میں کرتبہ یونیورسٹی میں جاؤں۔ یعنی کرتبہ یونیورسٹی نے بعد میں رینیساں ہوئی، اور بعد میں جو مختلف علوم میں یورپ نے ترقی کی، اس کی بنیاد ڈالی تھی۔ سائنس، میڈیسن، طب، جراحی، فلکیات، معاشیات، معاشرت، سوشیولوجی، نفسیات، یعنی جتنے بھی علوم ہیں، اس کی آغاز اور بنیاد جو ہے وہ کرتبہ یونیورسٹی میں ڈالی۔ بہرحال ہر عروج کو زوال ہے، ہسپانیہ بھی صفحہ ہستی سے مٹ گیا، کرتبہ کی وہ درسگاہ بھی ختم ہو گئی۔ وہ جو اقبال کا ایک اور بڑا مشہور شعر ہے، وہ مگر وہ علم کے موتی کتابیں اپنے آبا کی، دیکھیں ان کو یورپ میں تو دل ہوتا ہے سی پارا۔ یعنی وہ سارے کے سارے علم کے خزانے کرتبہ سے اور پھر بغداد سے اٹھ کر یورپ میں پہنچ گئے. آج سے تقریباً 90 برس قبل 1932 میں علامہ اقبال لندن میں گول میز کانفرنس میں شرکت کے بعد اسپین گئے. ان کے ذہن میں وہی ہسپانیہ، وہی مسلمانوں کا عروج، وہی شاہ و جلال، شاہانہ جاہ و جلال اور شوکت عظمت، اور وہ عشق کی اسی سرمستی اور کیف و سرور کے عالم میں مسجد کرتبہ دیکھنے گئے. تو زوال کے انتہا جب انہوں نے دیکھی تو اتنا آہوزاری کی، اتنے آنسو بہائے کہ شاید آسمان پہ اتنے ستارے بھی نہ ہوں، کہ وہی مسجد کرتبہ جو 400 سال بنتی رہی، اور اس زمانے میں اس میں 45,000 لوگ نماز ادا کرتے تھے، اسی مسجد کرتبہ میں اذان کی اجازت نہیں، نماز کی اجازت نہیں. اب اقبال ایک درد مند دل تو بڑی غمزدہ کیفیت میں دل برداشتہ آنسو بہاتے ہوئے تو مسجد سے باہر نکلتے ہیں. اس مسجد کے ساتھ ایک دریا بہتا ہے جسے دریائے کبیر کہتے ہیں. وہ ایک وادی کبیر ہے، ابھی بھی دریا موجود ہے، وادی بھی موجود ہے، مسجد بھی ہے. تو اقبال جو ہیں وہ بنیادی طور پر ایک آپٹیمسٹ، پر امید شخص ہے. مسجد کے زوال نے، اسلامی سویلائزیشن کے زوال نے جو ان کی آنکھوں میں آنسو بن کے ٹپکتا رہا، جب وہ باہر نکلتے ہیں تو پھر وہی امید ایک دفعہ دوبارہ ان کو اپنے حصار میں لیتی ہے، اور وہ اس زوال کو بھول کر مستقبل کی طرف دیکھنے لگتا ہے. خواب ظاہر ہے جو شخص خواب دیکھتا ہے وہی تعبیر تک پہنچتا ہے. تو اقبال نے اس بہتے ہوئے دریا کے کنارے کھڑے ہو کے ایک نظم لکھی، اور اس نظم کا ایک شعر میں آپ کو سناؤں گا کہ آب روان کبیر، یعنی پہلے انہوں نے دکھ اور درد کا اظہار کیا الفاظ کی صورت میں، ان کی آنکھوں سے آنسو ٹپکتے رہے، جو زوال کی کہانی تھی، جو علم سے دوری کی کہانی تھی. یہ چیز آپ سے ریلیونٹ اس لیے ہے کہ وہ علم کی ساری کہانی تھی. تو پہلے تو انہوں نے آنسو بہائے اور پھر آخر میں ایک بڑا خوبصورت شعر لکھا، اور وہ شعر تھا کہ آب روان کبیر تیرے کنارے کوئی، یعنی دریائے کبیر کی بہتی ہوئی موجوں، تمہارے کنارے کوئی شخص کھڑا ہے. آب روان کبیر تیرے کنارے کوئی، دیکھ رہا ہے کسی اور زمانے کا خواب. یعنی زوال نے ان کو دل گرفتہ تو کیا، لیکن اندر جو ایک آپٹیمسٹ تھا، جو ایک پر امید شخص تھا، جو خدا پہ یقین رکھتا تھا، جو مسلم نشاط ثانیہ پہ یقین رکھتا تھا، وہ یہ کہتا ہے کہ اس سوال کے باوجود میں مستقبل میں ایک اور زمانے کا خواب دیکھ. اور وہ ایک اور زمانہ کیا ہے؟ وہ اور زمانہ یہی ہے کہ جس میں امت مسلمہ اپنی تہذیب سے، اپنی وراثت سے، اپنی تاریخ سے، اپنی عظمت کی کہانی سے، اس کلمہ توحید سے جو عرب کے ریگزار سے اٹھا، اور اس عشق مصطفیٰ سے صلی اللہ علیہ وآلہ وسلم، جس نے آدمیت سے انسانیت کے سفر کو آسان بنایا. تو یہ خواب دیکھا. اس وقت ساری کی ساری مسلم دنیا غلامی کی زنجیروں میں جکڑی ہوئی تھی، اور پھر وہ خواب سچا ہونے لگا. آج 90 برس گزر گئے، ہم بھی آزاد، بہت سے اور ممالک آزاد، 50 سے زائد مسلم ممالک، 1.5 ارب آزاد لوگ. لیکن یہ اس خواب کی تعبیر کا پہلا سنگ میل. ویسے تو کہتے ہیں کہ ہر منزل ایک سنگ میل ہوتی ہے، کیونکہ جہاں منزل ختم ہوتی ہے وہاں سے ایک نئی منزل کے سفر کا آغاز ہوتا ہے. تو یہ آزادی تو مل گئی، لیکن اس آزادی کے تحفظ کے لیے جو علم کی فصیل یا علم کی شمشیر درکار ہے وہ نہیں ہے. تو اس حوالے سے پہلی چیز کہ اقبال کے خواب کی تعبیر کے لیے اگر پاکستان بن گیا لیکن اس پاکستان میں 2 کروڑ بچہ اسکول سے باہر ہے، تو یہ پھر ہماری ذمہ داری ہے کہ اس خواب کو کس طرح تعبیر بخشیں. میں کئی دفعہ کہتا ہوں کہ 40 50 60% لوگوں کا پاکستان بنا ہے ابھی، کیونکہ انہی کے بچے اسکول جاتے ہیں، انہی کا روشن مستقبل ہے، انہی کو گھر میسر ہے، انہی کو چھت میسر ہے، انہی کو صحت کی سہولت میسر ہے، انہی کو صاف پانی ملتا ہے، انہی کی آواز سنی جاتی ہے، وہی اقتدار کے ایوانوں میں سر اٹھا کے چلتے ہیں، وہی انصاف کی مسند پہ بیٹھتے ہیں. 40% لوگ جو خط افلاس سے نیچے ہیں ان کا تو پاکستان ابھی نہیں بنا. کیا مقصد تھا پاکستان بنانے کا؟ کہ ہر شخص کو عزت اور آبرو سے زندہ رہنے کا موقع مل سکے. تو اگر 40% لوگوں کا پاکستان نہیں بنا تو میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ کسی کا بھی پاکستان نہیں بنا. جب تک ایک شخص بھی بھوکا ہے، ایک شخص بھی جہالت کا شکار ہے، ایک شخص بھی علم کی روشنی سے محروم ہے، ہم سب غریب ہیں. ایک شخص بھی غریب ہے تو ہم سب غریب ہیں. یہ تھا وہ پاکستان کا مقصد. تو اسی جو میرے ابتدائی گفتگو میں آپ کو شاید اسی درد مندی کی جھلک نظر آئے کہ علم کی کیا اہمیت ہے اور ہم علم سے دور ہیں، جس کی وجہ سے آج ہم یہ حالت میں ہیں. اور اس سے نکلنا ہے تو پھر ہمیں سب سے پہلے گلی کوچوں کو علم کے نور سے منور کرنا ہوگا، اور ان 2 کروڑ بچوں کے بارے میں بھی سوچنا ہوگا جن کے ہاتھوں میں کاغذ قلم اور کتاب نہیں ہے، جن کو نہیں علم کہ ان کا خواب کیا ہے. یعنی یہ وہ لوگ ہیں، بچے ہیں جن کے ماں باپ امید بھی کھو چکے ہیں. زندگی میں کچھ بھی نہ ہو، امید ہو تو زندگی بسر ہو جاتی ہے. لیکن جس شخص کے پاس امید بھی نہیں ہے، کیا کہتے ہیں کہ بڑھ گئی ہے نا امیدی اس قدر، آرزو کی آرزو ہونے لگی. کیا بدقسمتی ہے کہ ان کے دامن میں امید کا کوئی ستارہ بھی نہیں چمکتا. ان لوگوں کو امید آپ نے دینی ہے، ہم نے دینی ہے، بیکن ہاؤس نے دینی ہے، اخوت نے دینی ہے، بہت سارے اور لوگوں نے دینی. دوسری میں مجھے انہوں نے کہہ دیا کہ مقررہ وقت میں، میرا خیال ہے 7 منٹ ہو گئے ہیں، 7 منٹ رہتے ہیں. دیکھیں 50 برس کی کہانی آپ کی ہے، مجھے تو 50 منٹ تو دے دیں. لیکن نہیں میں 15 منٹ میں مقرر کر دوں گا، پورا کروں. اب دوسرا مجھے جو ٹاپک دیا گیا تھا کہ SDGs سے تعلیم کو کیسے لنک کیا جا سکتا ہے. دیکھیں جتنے بھی SDGs ہیں، 7 8 9 10 16 ہیں یا 17 ہے یا 18 ہیں. سب سے پہلے پاورٹی ایلیمینیشن، اس کا تعلق علم سے ہے. ہنگر، اس کا تعلق علم سے ہے. جینڈر، اس کا تعلق علم سے ہے. اکنامک گروتھ، اس کا تعلق علم سے ہے. پھر انوائرمنٹ، اس کا تعلق علم سے ہے. صحت، اس کا تعلق علم سے ہے. ایکویلٹی آف اپورچونٹی، اس کا تعلق علم سے ہے. یعنی جتنے بھی SDGs آپ لائیں گے، کراس کٹنگ تھیم علم ہے، تعلیم ہے. اگر آپ تعلیم عام کر دیں تو میں آپ کو پوری دیانتداری سے یہ کہوں گا کہ آپ ایک ایسی انیبلنگ انوائرمنٹ کریٹ کر دیں گے جہاں تمام ایس ڈی جیز پورے ہو جائیں. اور ایک بدقسمتی ہے ہماری کہ ہم نے سائن کیے ہیں، دستخط ثبت کیے ہیں اس دستاویز پہ جو یونائٹڈ نیشنز نے بنائی، لیکن کوئی ایک شہر بھی ابھی تک ایسا نہیں بنا پاکستان میں جس میں تمام ایس ڈی جیز پورے ہوتے ہوں. چلیں پورا پاکستان نہیں، ہم کسی چاروں صوبوں میں ایک ایک شہر تو ایسا منتخب کر سکتے. ہم نے ود آل ہیوملٹی میں آپ سے یہ کہہ رہا ہوں کہ ہم نے ایک شہر بنا ہے، آپ ہمارے ساتھ ہیں، بیکن ہاؤس. شہر کی آبادی 70,000 ہے. آپ یقین کیجیے وہاں پر اسکول ہے جس میں 2 کمرے ہیں اور 700 بچے ہیں. پانی نہیں ہے. بچوں کو آپ دیکھیں تو آپ کہیں گے اسٹنٹنگ، کمزور، لاغر. صحت، ٹوٹے ہوئے گلیاں، سینیٹیشن، ڈرینیج، پلاسٹک کے لفافے، گندگی، غلاظت، بھوک، لڑائی، بدامنی. ہم نے ایک فیصلہ کیا کچھ 2-3 مہینے پہلے کہ ہم اس شہر میں سارے ایس ڈیز کو لے کر آئیں گے. اس حوالے سے اگر بیکن ہاؤس ہمارے ساتھ کوئی تعاون کرے، شرکت کرے، تو ہم دنیا کو دکھا سکتے ہیں کہ ریاست کی مدد کے بغیر بھی ایس ڈی جیز پورے کیے جا سکتے ہیں، بشرطے کہ خواب ہوں اور خوابوں کی تعبیر پانے کی جستجو ہو. تو یہ ایس ڈی جیز کے حوالے سے جو بات مجھ سے کہی آپ نے، 2-3 سوال بھی مجھے آپ نے بھیجے تھے. ایک سوال یہ تھا کہ ایتھیکل لیڈرشپ کیا ہوتی ہے، اس کے بارے میں تو میں سوچتا رہا تو مجھے احساس ہوا کہ ایتھیکل لیڈرشپ کیا ہوتی ہے. یہ جو آپ نے سوال بھیجا ہے اس میں ایک لفظ زائد ہے اور وہ ہے ایتھیکل. لیڈرشپ کے اندر ہی ایتھکس موجود ہے. لیڈرشپ کا تو ایسنس ہی ایتھکس ہے. لیڈرشپ کی سب سے بڑی کوالٹی، لیڈرشپ از اے پروسیس آف انسپائرنگ ادرس ٹو اچیو کامن آبجیکٹیوز. تو لیڈرشپ کا جو ایسنس، نالج بھی ہے، اسکلز بھی ہیں، پھر اس کے بعد کچھ ٹریٹس آئیں گے لیڈرشپ کے لیے، لیکن لیڈرشپ کا ایسنس انٹیگریٹی. لیڈرز اگر انٹیگریٹی کے مالک نہیں ہیں تو پھر وہ لیڈرز نہیں. اور انٹیگریٹی کیا ہے؟ انٹیگریٹی از کورسپونڈنس بٹوین ورڈز اینڈ ڈیڈس. یعنی کردار اور گفتار کی ہم آہنگی کا نام انٹیگریٹی ہے. جو ہم کہتے ہیں اگر ہم کرتے ہیں، اور جو ہم کرتے ہیں وہی کہتے ہیں، تو وی آر مین اور ویمن آف انٹیگریٹی. تو میں اسی پہ اکتفا کروں گا کہ ایتھیکل لیڈرشپ نامی کوئی چیز نہیں ہے. ستیزہ کار رہا ہے ازل سے تا امروز، چراغ مصطفی سے شرار بولہبی. تو ہماری روایت میں لیڈرشپ جو ہے، اقبال کو ہم کہہ دے اس کی طرف چلے جائیں، سبق پھر پڑھ امانت کا، دیانت کا، صداقت کا، لیا جائے گا تجھ سے کام دنیا کی امامت. اقبال نے لیڈرشپ کا ترجمہ امامت کیا ہے، اور امامت کی خوبیاں یہی ہیں: دیانت، صداقت، شجاعت، امانت. ایتھیکل لیڈرشپ میری گستاخی پہ محمول نہ کیجیے. ایتھیکل کا لفظ مٹا دیجیے اور صرف لیڈرشپ رہنے دیجیے، کیونکہ لیڈرشپ کی جو تعریف اقبال نے امامت کی ہے اس میں یہ ساری کی ساری چیزیں شامل. اور ایک سوال اور کیا گیا تھا مجھ سے کہ ہم سب مل جل کے ایس ڈیز کی تکمیل کے ذریعے سے، بچوں کے ذریعے سے، یہ ویلیوز کیسے آگے پہنچا سکتے ہیں، اور کارپوریٹ رسپانسبلٹی کیا ہے. کارپوریٹ کے لفظ کو میں پھر دوبارہ اختلاف کی اجازت چاہوں گا. کارپوریٹ کا لفظ تعلیمی اداروں کے ساتھ جڑتا نہیں ہے. تعلیمی اداروں کو سسٹینیبل تو ہونا چاہیے ہے. آپ ایک سسٹینیبلٹی نہیں کریں گے، وسائل اکٹھے نہیں ہوں گے، فیسیں لوگ نہیں دیں گے، तो ये काम हो नहीं सकता। लेकिन इस कॉर्पोरेट माइंडसेट एक और तरह का माइंडसेट है। इसमें कैपिटलिज्म आता है, इसमें मार्केट इकोनॉमी आती है, इसमें मार्केट शेयर आता है, इसमें प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी आती है। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि तालीमी अदारों के साथ जो तकद्दुस इल्म के साथ वाबस्ता है, उस हवाले से हमें ये ज़िम्मेदारी उसका तयन करना चाहिए। हम मैं मशकूर हूँ नासिर साहब का कि इन्होंने हमें एक पेशकश की है और हम आपके साथ मिलके एक मंसूबे पे सोच विचार कर रहे हैं, जो उसमें हम बच्चों को ऑनलाइन पढ़ने के लिए कुछ स्कॉलरशिप्स हम इकट्ठे करेंगे। तो यूँ हम एक ऐसा मुस्तकबिल का मंज़रनामा देख रहे हैं, जिसमें बच्चे बेहतरीन तालीम भी हासिल करें, अपनी रवायत से भी जुड़ें, मस्जिद कर्तबा की कहानी भी याद करें, मुस्तकबिल के ख्वाब भी देखें और एक फ़र्द की जो ज़िम्मेदारी है मुआशरे में, उसका भी एहसास करें और ये भी जानें कि इमाम कौन है, लीडर कौन है और फिर ये भी उनके दिल में एहसास कागज़ी हो, कि उन्हें एक दिन दुनिया की इमामत का फ़र्ज़ अदा करना है। तो मैं आपका मशकूर हूँ। वैसे तो अख़ुवत की कहानी सुनानी हो या हम अपनी जद्दोजहद की कहानी सुनानी हो तो बहुत तवील अरसा चाहिए। लेकिन बहरहाल वक़्त की अपनी बंदिश है, आपके बाकी मुकर्ररीन भी हैं। तो मैं इस सारी गुफ्तगू को चंद फ़िक्रों में अगर दोबारा से कहना चाहूँ तो वो यही है कि इल्म सबसे बड़ी ताकत है, बंदूक से बड़ी ताकत है, शमशीर से बड़ी ताकत है, तलवार से बड़ी ताकत। जो लोग इल्म के फ़रोग़ में वाबस्ता हैं, वो हमारे सर का ताज हैं। लेकिन ये ज़रूर याद रखिए कि दिस इज़ नॉट द प्रिविलेज ऑफ द एलीट। उन 2 करोड़ बच्चों को भी अगर हम स्कूल में ले आएँ तो ये अल्टीमेट विक्ट्री है, क्योंकि अगर वो बच्चे स्कूल में ना आए, तो हमारी दौलत, हमारा घर-बार भी महफ़ूज़ नहीं होगा। तो ये एक समाजी ज़िम्मेदारी भी है, ये एक अपनी ज़ाती दौलत की हिफ़ाज़त के लिए भी हमें उन बच्चों को तालीम देना है। दीनी ज़िम्मेदारी भी है, एक रवायत भी है, खुदा का हुक्म भी है, उसके रसूल सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम का हुक्म भी है। इस पूरी काविश में हम आपके साथ हैं। हम आपके साथ मिलके एक ऐसा मुआशरा बनाना चाहेंगे, जिसमें हर शख़्स को इज़्ज़त और आबरू के साथ ज़िंदा रहने का मौका मिल सके। बहुत शुक्रिया।
Sir, thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. I would like to please request you to come back to the stage once again. Uh, I also like to request Sir Nasir Kasuri and Ms. Safia Qasim to be on the stage as well. And finally, I would like Sir Azam Aftab to join us, the head of APCAD and the moderator for this keynote speech, to be on stage. Thank you very much, all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have a panel discussion on the importance of quality assurance in TNEs. The discussion delves into the unique space that transnational education institutions hold within the Pakistani higher education. This discussion will be about quality assurance frameworks that recognize the relationship between foreign universities and local TNE providers, addressing opportunities and challenges to ensure the best learning outcomes for students. Let me start the introductions with our moderator for this discussion, Mr. Haroon Asghar, Head of Academics at Beacon House International College. Mr. Haroon holds an MSc degree from the University of Essex, UK, and has a wealth of experience in teaching. Thank you, sir. Moving on to the panelists for this discussion panel, First of all, we have Dr. Saidul Hassan Chishti, Vice Chancellor, my university. Please, sir. Then we have Ms. Sara Parvez, the Head of Education, British Council, Pakistan. Over to you, sir.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Uh, my name is Harun Askar, as my colleague has already mentioned. I'm the head of academics for Beacon House International College, Pakistan. Uh, we'll start off with an introduction about my panelists. Professor Dr. Saeed Hassan Chishti is a highly accomplished academic leader with an extensive experience in education. With a PhD in education, he possesses a strong foundation of knowledge and expertise in his field. Driven by a passion of learning and academic excellence, he holds a position in key prestigious institutes. He is currently working as a vice chancellor in MY University, Samba. Previously, he has worked as a vice chancellor in University of Salcott and International Institute of Science, Arts and Technology, Gujranwala. My second panelist is Sara Parvez. Sara is currently working as Head of Education for British Council, Pakistan. She has a diverse cross-functional experience in governance, management of large-scale multinational portfolios, thank you, including education, development of education and development program. As a head of education and skills, Sara has designed many programs worth more than 30 million pounds, which are being implemented in Pakistan. Her flagship program is Pakistan UK Gateway Education, which is valued at around 9.8 million pounds, supports system to system partnership between Higher Education Commission of Pakistan and British Council of Pakistan. Thank you. We'll start off our discussion with some of the, opening remarks from our panelists. So I would like you to give some opening remarks about the quality assurance and the impact of that quality assurance on the TNA.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to congratulate Beacon House Group for starting this BIC, and Beacon House has a very reputed name and offering a blend of local education in BNU as well as in BIC, in transnational education. Not only at the higher education level, Beacon House is offering TNE, they are also offering education TNE at school level. So that is commendable. And as Dr. Amjad was saying that it's निस सदी का किस्सा है 2-4 बरस की बात नहीं, so it's a great contribution. I would also like to mention that I was also remained a part of Beacon House for some years in BIM. I taught A-level accounting there. So that's honor for me. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thanks to Ms. Safia Kasim as well and all the group heads of Beacon House. So you're talking about the quality assurance and quality enhancement. Quality assurance history was, you see, in the in 16th century, then later on in 18th century, uh, Germany and France, they started institutionalized centralized quality education. Initially the quality education was the informal sort of control, like the students guild, they were following or they were chasing the quality of the teachers, and even teachers, if they were not uh, imparting quality education, they were fined. So later on the professors, they made their own guild. Then in 19th century France institutionalized and established master grant for quality education, and later on in UK, Cambridge and Oxford, they were the authority for for the quality education, for quality assurance, and they were the authority. Initially, the popes and the princes, they were giving the charters. Later on, these were institutionalized, and the Cambridge, the Oxford, they were monitoring the quality of higher education and different levels of the education. If you talk about Pakistan in 2003, uh, formally HEC, they established QAA, Quality Assurance Agency, and QAD, Quality Assurance Division. And initially, their job was to give NOC for the grad program or for the accreditation, for opening new programs or new institution. But later on, uh, HEC, they developed their national qualification framework, and it is just like that the Bologna quality framework. Though Pakistan is not signatory of the Bologna framework, but even Pakistan is following the same quality measures or quality standards which are standardized or which are stated by the Bologna framework. So there are 8 levels in Pakistan for different standardization, and all the programs, all higher education institutions, they should offer those programs within that national qualification framework. Thank you.
Ma'am Sarah, can you add on to this?
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, Amjad Saqib साहब के बाद stage पर आना is actually not a good choice. So we can't really do justice to, what we'll be sharing here. So please excuse us if you think the audience is getting bored of this discussion around quality. So boring it is to discuss quality. What, seriously. Anyway, but we'll try our best to address some of the areas. Before we move into quality, and I think because Professor Saab has already explained the quality, I think I'll touch upon transnational education more. So I was in Education World Forum last week in London, and that's where I actually learned that UK started working in transnational education in 1800s. That was the time when University of London used to ship their exams, ship their materials across the sea to the nations here, or probably in South Asia, not necessarily in Pakistan, definitely. And they used to take examination, and papers were sent back to University of London for marking. And this is the same model that is still, sort of being used by the University of London. As an example, I've quoted them because they still send their study materials, still take the papers, examinations are done, and then sent back to the UK professors or teachers to mark them. So that's the kind of, sort of TNE, which is the system that has started very, very, very early years. So the objective is that you are able to learn and get a degree from an international university without having to travel. Or the best thing, sort of I see in this program is that their model was a distance learning model. However, with the passage of time, things have changed. And there are now new approaches in which you can actually not just necessarily sort of do it distance learning mode. You can do it by blended approach, face-to-face learning, by inviting, sort of faculty members to come and teach in the universities in Pakistan, as well as by sending students abroad for a shorter duration of time where they can actually take that partnership approach. So one of the models that Beacon House International College has adopted with Liverpool University is exactly what the TNE is. Now, quality assurance of TNE is way more challenging as compared to the quality assurance of the campus. There are various more models of TNE, as we can sort of see. One of them is joint degree programs, dual degree programs, um, 1+1 and 2+1, all these articulation models. However, the essence is the quality will be ensured if the student experiences or learning outcomes of the student are same as if he would have gone to the university and had experienced it in that host university. So that's what we really need to ensure. If we're talking about quality assurance in, sort of in TNE, that's the main crux. It's really hard to do. I completely understand. There are no policies. So, I mean, some of the questions, Arun, which you have said, we don't really have answers to all of them. We are trying to get there. I've been working with the higher education sector for several years, and I'll keep it short this time, and we can probably take more questions when we move on. We started the work that we did with the British Council and ATC, that we first did a quality assurance exercise led by Quality Assurance Agency UK for 5 institutions in Pakistan who were offering TNE model degrees in Pakistan. As a result of that exercise, we helped HEC to develop their first transnational education policy. It's still on their website. They call it International Collaboration Framework, where they partnering, they were allowing partners, universities, private, public, all of them to be able to deliver international degree programs at their universities in Pakistan. The next step that as we move along, we see that there are challenges and things. Probably now time for HEC to update that. We have also offered as part of the PAC UK Education Gateway, which you have just mentioned with my profile. One of the projects that we are initiating with HEC is to develop a quality assurance framework for TNE in Pakistan. The auditors who came to Pakistan to do a QA exercise, or it's, I mean, it used to be called institutional performance evaluation exercises that we hold within the universities here in Pakistan. There is to be a special mechanism in order to address if the degree is being learned from a foreign provider. And I think that the most important thing that is really significant is that any TNE should be able to contribute at a system level in the partner university. I mean, we see University of London has their partnership. They do a distance learning model approach. They do not bring their teachers out here. The students learn it, take the material, take tuition if required, but that's not a university way of delivery. It's not a face-to-face experience. And, sort of can be supported by tuition providers and partners. But if we want to strengthen a university-to-university collaboration, or if a college-to-college collaboration, the faculty members of that college, of the university, should be able to provide a classroom experience for the student, similar to what is being offered by the UK university. And that's the underlying thoughts. I'll pause here. Maybe
Uh,
we move on.
yeah, yeah. A very valid point you pointed out, Sarah, about the TNE policy which you developed with the HEC, about the TNE program. You mentioned it, and so my question or your thought process on what role should a partner play in that? Like for instance, that TNE policy does support the local TNE provider here. What is the role of a foreign partner which is going to give the degree at the end of the day? What role should that play in that TNE quality assurance?
Okay, so I think there are various things that the partner can do. If an institution is interested in, so it's not just a piece of paper. The degree that we get, and Dr. Saab just mentioned in his talk, it is not a profitable business. Education should not be for profit. So the degree that we offer, the paper that we offer to our students is of significant value. And the way the university invests in its systems, in their own university, should be able to at least offer that system or structure to the partner university or partner in the local country. These are the levers that we are in order for the partners in the country to try to match that. I mean, what I want to see here is that they have their they are being respected in different way. Although quality assurance systems in UK, I mean, I'm just referring you to UK more because I worked worked with their system for quite some time. So they within UK, 4 nations of UK, there are different systems that operate. There is no institutional performance evaluation done in English universities anymore. Quality Assurance Agency UK still does the same exercise for Scottish universities and Northern Ireland universities, but not for English universities. They run it as a corporate culture on their own, and they have their own board, and the board decides what the future of the university will be. There's nobody who goes to inspect them, and that's how they set their own benchmark. But they are doing it in a market-driven manner in order to compete with the world university. So there is a race for Oxford and Cambridge in Harvard to get into the top ranking every. So I think that the most important and significant thing that a local partner should get as a result of this collaboration is the models of assurance that are being, sort of examined or assured within their own institution in the country.
Uh, uh, your process of which we follow all the systems is amazing. Like in the TNA, usually we have to follow the system which is set by the parent university, or we have to replicate that policy from the UK or the parent country within our own premises. So that's one of the key points which you have pointed out. Now I'll move to Dr. Saab. If you can, as a vice chancellor of my university, uh, you have a QA, QA department in the university. How will you, integrate the findings of QA to improve student performance, the environment for the students within the university?
Yes, Harun, see, being vice chancellor, I have also worked with GC and more than 100 universities. I have evaluated even BNU. I have been there. So the purpose of evaluation, as Ms. Sarah she mentioned, the IPE, institutional performance evaluation, then the graduate review programs, governance review. There are certain parameters, institutional performance evaluation, because it's mandatory for every university to establish QEC, quality enhancement. And they have given parameters and standards. Every year we submit our yearly progress report. UPR we submit to HEC. So it is a you can say it is ongoing process of evaluation, self-evaluation of every university in 11 standards. That is, you should evaluate your vision, your mission, your curriculum is aligned with your mission and vision. Then the students' feedback, the faculty evaluation, your infrastructure, your facilities, your library, your research, and the hiring process. So throughout the year, universities are involved in self-evaluation and they submit the report HEC, and HEC also uh, ranking and giving a scorecard to every university where your quality is now existing. So I think we are also observing all those parameters which are given by the HEC, and it keeps us on toes to the university, because if you don't have a check and there's no monitoring of the university by the regulators, then I think universities they won't be able to observe the standards which are internationally recognized, as I have mentioned, the Bologna standards and the Bologna. You see the process, though we are not signatories, but we are observing that qualification framework. And in TNE, you are only observing or you're imparting education up to level 4, or maybe maximum level 5, while in Pakistani universities they are offering from level 1 to level 8. So these are more challenging for us, that because if you are observing all standards, then you need PhD faculty, then you need at least minimum qualification should not be less than MPhil. So that is challenge for the Pakistani universities, while this challenge is not for TNE.
Uh, Thank you for your thoughts and your valuable insight on the quality assurance of a university in Pakistan. Now let's move to the QA section. One of the question is, which is very hot question nowadays, is the plagiarism, because when we talk about the TNEs, the majority of the assignments or the work is being done online, and it's the student primarily sitting at their home in front of their laptop and doing their assignment or their exam. So, what role do you think plagiarism has with the presence of chat GPT and AI and new technology coming into the play as well, which can be vital help for us. So how can a TNE ensure that this plagiarism thing can be avoided in the future and the quality insurance or the quality education can be delivered at the end of the day? So what do you, Sarah?
It's a very tough question. When ChatGPT is there, I mean, it's not even plagiarism. ChatGPT will write it in your own words, so it will do the job for you. It's not even plagiarism in that manner, to be very honest. I don't know, I mean, what to say, but I think the thing is that we really need to see what is being delivered in terms of, I mean, plagiarism comes in where, mostly research degrees are, sort of offered. हमने MPhil, PhD, when we do thesis, we need to write long reports. That's plagiarism is something to judge more. I think with respect to plagiarism in the undergraduate or master's level program where you actually have to submit an assignment, I don't know how the next generation is going to do that, but if ChatGPT is doing everything for them, will ChatGPT go and prepare in an interview for them as well? So that's where, it's actually the question around integrity. How much do we want? There are thousands of ways of cheating, and we are very good at creating these things, by the way. So there is no stop to that. But I think the most important thing to be, sort of built into the student himself is the soft skill, and that's what we were just talking about in the previous session. So it's not about assignments anymore. I think maybe the TNE providers or the international university providers will start thinking about whether they definitely need responses in the same manner in the form of the assignment or not when the tools like this are already available. Maybe there is no need to do that. Maybe the ways of assessment need to be converted in a manner that you assess it by asking the student to give a presentation, maybe by challenging them in a verbal conversation. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I really answered the question, but I think that we need to rethink whether we need those papers as well, whether we need the students to give answers or sort of submit assignments in the same manner. If we are looking at international education with all these gadgets and tools available around us, so that's probably sort of in both sides.
A very valid point to point out that we need to look at how my colleagues are telling me that we are done with our session. The time is up today. We have to close it. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Harun sir, for the cooperation. And I would request the panelists to please stay on the stage alongside the moderator. I would request Sir Nasir Kisuri and Safia Qasim to be on stage to present the shields to the panelists and the moderator. Firstly, it's Dr. Saidul Hassan Chishti. Then we have Miss Sara Parvez. And, and finally, the moderator for this discussion, Mr. Harun Askar. Thank you very much to all the panelists, to Mr. Harun, the moderator, Sir Nasir, and Miss Safia. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the third panel discussion for the conference. This panel discussion is about linking colleges with social services to foster ethical leadership and societal impact. It will cover topics such as environmental responsibility, human rights, and the importance of social and emotional learning. The panel aims to discuss whether educational institutions can take explore nuanced approach to corporate social responsibility and how can they integrate social, environmental, and ethical considerations into their core activities. Let me start the introductions with our moderator for this discussion, Ms. Khadija Bakhtiar, who is the CEO and founder of Teach for Pakistan, which focuses on addressing educational inequity. She has a Master of Public Policy from UC Berkeley and has received awards for her dedication and impact in the field. Please, moving on to the panelists. Firstly, we have Amina Kasturi, who is the CEO of SRC Education Private Limited and Project Director at Concordia College. Then we have Dr. Amjad Saqib, the founder and chairman of ACOOD, the world's largest interest-free microfinance program. And finally, Ms. Sehrish Khan, who is the executive director of the Fariza School and a political science teacher at a government college.
Live writing. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. I always find it a little bit odd to get comfortable in these sofas with this particular mic, but I think I'm audible though. Um, Thank you very much to the Beacon House International College for having all of us and for organizing what I think is going to be a very, very lovely and interesting discussion between these amazing panelists. Thank you to all the panelists for joining us today. वो टॉपिक हमारे सामने का है टॉपिक इज वेरी वेरी हार्ड एंड रियली इट इज आस्किंग अस टू थिंक अबाउट कि हम कॉलेजेस और यूनिवर्सिटीज को कैसे लिंक कर सकते हैं सोशल इम्पैक्ट के काम के साथ ताकि हम वाकई अपने यंग लोगों में अपने स्टूडेंट्स में वो लीडरशिप डेवलप कर सकें और अपनी कम्युनिटीज पे वो इम्पैक्ट देख सकें जो हम देखना चाहते हैं 2-3 बड़े-बड़े सवाल हमारे सामने आते हैं व्हेन वी थिंक अबाउट दिस टॉपिक एंड आज इन पैनलिस्ट की मदद से हम उन सवालों को अनपैक करेंगे एंड वी टू हियर फ्रॉम देम some concrete examples through their wisdom and through their perspective. I think पहला बड़ा सवाल ये है कि सोशल रिस्पांसिबिलिटी है क्या कॉलेजेस और यूनिवर्सिटीज की हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस की सोशल रिस्पांसिबिलिटी आखिर है क्या? दूसरा बड़ा सवाल ये कि beyond imparting skills and knowledge to their students हमारे हायर लर्निंग कैसे अपने स्टूडेंट्स और फैकल्टी कम्युनिटी में एजेंट्स ऑफ चेंज बनने की एक स्पिरिट जो है वो फॉस्टर कर सकते हैं तीसरा बड़ा सवाल ये कि चैरिटी करने के बियॉन्ड जो कि इन एंड ऑफ इटसेल्फ एक बहुत वर्दी और इम्पोर्टेंट चीज है बट बियॉन्ड चैरिटी how can colleges and universities collaborate with the communities where they are based right जिनमें उनका एक stake and how can they really help those communities to solve their most pressing problems. So thank you once again to our wonderful panel for joining us today. Ms. Amina, I'm going to turn first to you, if that's okay. And आपके लिए जो मेरा पहला सवाल है वो ये कि बहुत सारे लोग जो आपकी पोजीशन के अंदर होते हैं जिनका एजुकेशन से प्राइवेट एजुकेशन से ताल्लुक होता है वो ये भी कह सकते हैं कि वी आर इन द बिजनेस ऑफ एजुकेशन हमारा तो काम ही ये है कि हमने नॉलेज और स्किल प्रोवाइड करनी है और हमारी जो ड्यूटी है वो वहीं तक खत्म है कि अगर हमने अपने स्टूडेंट्स को क्रेडिबल डिग्रीज दे दी एंड वी डोंट ओ एनी मोर टू सोसाइटी बियॉन्ड डूइंग दैट वेल and so, as somebody who's a philanthropist, you think a lot about a lot of these questions. How would you respond to that?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Beacon House International College, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Safia. Actually, our duty doesn't end by providing them education and degree. It's our core responsibility to make them responsible and make them like good human beings. Um, I mean, we teach them how to be responsible and make a positive impact in the society. In colleges and schools, core part of the teaching and development community is like working in our student as
दैट हमने वहाँ पे कम्युनिटी स्टूडेंट्स सोसाइटीज़ बनाई हुई हैं और स्टूडेंट्स उसमें डिफरेंट चीज़ों के ऊपर काम करते हैं। वो अपनी सोसाइटीज़ में एनवायरमेंटल चेंज, वो ऑर्फनेजेस के साथ भी लिंक्ड है और इस तरीके की बहुत चीज़ें हैं। All our schools have student societies. They work proactive with non-profit organizations and to uplift and to make a positive change. Empathy is the core value, and we practice what we preach. पाकिस्तान हमारा मुल्क है और इस मुल्क को हमने इसी तरह से इकट्ठे आगे लेके चलना है। जैसे कि डॉक्टर साहब ने पहले भी ये ज़िक्र किया है कि पाकिस्तान का जो इम्प्रेशन है, जो इमेज है, वो हमने चेंज करना है और वो इमेज हम इसी तरह से चेंज कर सकते हैं कि अगर हम इकट्ठे होके इस तरह के प्रोजेक्ट्स पे काम करें और मुल्क की तरक्की के लिए काम करें ताकि ये जो हमारा एक बाहर एक नेगेटिव इमेज बना हुआ है, वो खत्म हो सके। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच। आई थिंक बड़ी आपने इम्पोर्टेंट बात की कि इकट्ठे होकर काम करना है और ये एक ऐसा सवाल है कि वो इकट्ठे होकर काम करना कैसा दिख सकता है, particularly when it's done right, that we will definitely come back to towards a later point in this discussion. um, Ms. Serish, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी similar question. As somebody who was moved herself to start a welfare school, आपके ज़हन में, आपके नज़दीक कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कॉलेजेस एंड यूनिवर्सिटीज़ की क्या बनती है?
I would like to thank Beacon House for inviting me to this panel. Especially, I'm very honored that I'm sitting next to Dr. Saqib sir. I've always looked up to his work, and I was 26 when I started Fariza. It's a charity school, and I was just, I had graduated from a university, and at that point, I was looking for a job. Um, I started because of what I was actually educated or what I learned in the university, because there was a lot of awareness about the social problems in Pakistan and in the world in general, and the responsibility that we as an individual, and especially from the privileged class, have who have access to education. So when had those, I would say, like the education and the knowledge and the skills that I acquired in the university, and I started it by educating one student. I did not know it would go into in 6 years to 200, educating 200 students from like underprivileged community. So I believe that the term corporate social responsibility means the role of a business, a positive role business plays in the community. What can colleges and universities do? Dr. Saukib mentioned before that universities' role is mostly sustainable. Positive role that they can play in the community is that they have access to impressionable students, and whatever knowledge and whatever values that they're going to instill in the students, they're going to leave the university, college campuses, and will be more aware and I think because of the empathy and because of the skill set that they have acquired, they would do something like that in whichever manner. When I started Fariza, I did not think that I wasn't even thinking anything. I'm just going to educate one student, and it started from that. And so a lot of my friends actually, gathered around this initiative. So if I feel like girl at that age when she was 26, if she can educate 200 students, so imagine the impact the in the society we can have if most university students go out in the real world and think about the positive impact that they can have in the society that they are part of.
Thank you so much, Ms. Serish. I think at DC Pakistan, we spend a lot of time thinking about how do we reverse engineer a mindset like yours, and bottle it up and then just spread it around to all young people. And so, thank you for setting such an inspiring example for lots of young people in Pakistan today. Um, ڈاکٹر صاحب I'll come to you and I think تھوڑی سی آپ نے اس سوال کا جواب اپنی کی نوٹ میں دینا شروع کر دیا تھا. میں اسی سوال کو آگے بڑھا کے لے کے جاؤں گی. when we're talking about leadership, I think اگر ہم اسپیسیفکلی بات کریں بچوں میں لیڈرشپ ڈیولپ کرنے کی, what does that look like and how can that even be made possible alongside learning the academic content that all students, all children should know? What does fostering student leadership mean?
جی بسم اللہ الرحمن الرحیم. تھینک یو ویری مچ. دیکھیے میں نے جیسے تھوڑا سا ذکر کیا کہ لیڈرشپ جو ہے ایک پروسیس ہے. اور میں امریکہ میں پڑھتا تھا تو میں نے اپنے ایک استاد سے پوچھا, میں نے وہاں پر ایک لیڈرشپ کا کورس کیا, تو اس سے میں نے پوچھا کہ کیا ہوتی ہے لیڈرشپ. اس نے کہا دو چیزیں, باقی سب کہانی ہے. پہلی چیز ہے کہ لیڈرز ہیو اے ویژن, اور دوسری چیز یہ ہے کہ دے ہیو ابیلٹی ٹو ٹرانسلیٹ دیٹ ویژن انٹو ریئلٹی. باقی ڈیٹیلز, ایک ویژن اور ایک ابیلٹی ٹو ایکچولائز دیٹ ویژن. اچھا میں نے اسے کہا کہ ویژن کیسے بنتا ہے. اس نے کہا ویژن بنتا ہے تاریخ کے مطالعہ سے, آبزرویشن سے, ایکسپیرینس سے, استادوں سے, ماں باپ سے, ہسٹری سے, ٹریڈیشن سے. یعنی آپ کے تعلیمی ادارے ہی اس بچے کو ایک ویژن کے لیے تیار کرتے ہیں کہ وہ کیسے ایک پرسنلائزڈ ویژن بھی لے گا اور سوشلائزڈ ویژن بھی لے گا. پھر دوسری بات کہ جی وہ ویژن ایکچولائز کیسے ہوتا ہے, تو پھر وہ کہتا ہے کہ یو مسٹ ہیو 3-4 تھنگس: نالج, اسکلس, ایبلٹیز اینڈ ٹریڈ. آپ کو اس پرٹیکولر فیلڈ کا نالج ہونا چاہیے جس میں آپ لیڈرشپ کا کردار ادا کر رہے ہیں. اسکلز ہونی چاہیے آپ کے پاس, کانفلکٹ مینجمنٹ اسکلز ہونی چاہیے آپ کے پاس, ٹیم بلڈنگ اسکلز ہونی چاہیے آپ کے پاس, ٹائم مینجمنٹ اسکلز ہونی چاہیے آپ کے پاس, فائنینشیل اسکلز ہونی چاہیے آپ کے پاس, کمیونیکیشن اسکلز ہونی چاہیے. تو پھر کیا ہم دیکھ رہے ہیں کہ ہمارے یونیورسٹیز میں, کالجز میں یہ اسکلز بھی دی جاتی ہیں. پھر ہوتی ہیں ٹریڈس. ابیلٹیز کو چھوڑ دیں, یہ اس کا تعلق ہے آپ کی کوگنیٹو ابیلٹی سے, آپ کی آئی کیو سے, یہ سب کو تقریباً یکساں ہی ہوتا ہے. ٹریڈس وہ کہتے ہیں کہ سب سے زیادہ امپورٹنٹ ہیں. نالج, اسکلز اور ابیلٹی سے ٹریڈس ہیں آپ کی وہ خوبیاں یا خصوصیات جو آپ کو ڈسٹنگوش کرتی ہیں. اس میں کوئی چیزیں, ایمانداری کیا ہے, انٹیگریٹی, آنیسٹی, ٹیم ورکنگ, پیشن, ایمپتھی, ابھی آپ نے اس کا ذکر کیا, تو یہ کیسے ہم انکلکیٹ کرتے ہیں. تو یہ سب چیزیں ملتی ہیں تو پھر وہ بچہ جو ہے وہ لیڈرشپ کے رول کے لیے تیار ہوتا ہے. صرف ایک مثال میں دے کے اپنے سوال کو جواب ختم کروں گا کہ ہم ہر روز پڑھاتے ہیں بچوں کو, بھائی ایماندار بن جاؤ, سچ بولو, جھوٹ نہیں بولو, چوری نہیں کرو. اس قسم کی چیزیں ہم روز پڑھاتے ہیں. اگر ہم یہ 8 سال پڑھاتے رہیں اٹ ول بی ریٹورک, اس بچے کو یاد تو ہو جائے گا, لیکن ہم اس کو پریکٹس کر کے کیسے دکھائیں کہ ایماندار کیسے بننا ہے. ہم نے ایک تجربہ کیا, اور میں چاہوں گا کہ بیکن ہاؤس بھی اس طرح کے تجربے کو ریپلیکیٹ. ہمارے 500 بچے ہیں جو ہمارا ایک انسٹیٹیوشن ہے. ہم نے وہاں پر ایک شاپ بنائی ہے, شاپ وداؤٹ شاپ کیپر. اس میں ساری چیزیں پڑی ہیں, کاغذ, پینسل, ٹافیاں, کتابیں, کپڑے, جوتے, مختلف چیزیں ہیں, اور ان کے اوپر ٹیگس لگے ہوئے ہیں کہ یہ اتنے کا, یہ اتنے کا, یہ اتنے کا. اور بچے وہاں پر ہاسٹل کے بھی ہوتے ہیں, سارے ہمارے ہاسٹل میں ہی بچے رہتے ہیں, 500 بچہ وہیں رہتا ہے. اس میں کوئی کیمرہ نہیں ہے, کوئی شاپ کیپر نہیں ہے, کوئی سیلس مین نہیں ہے. درمیان میں ایک باکس پڑا ہوا ہے, اور بوائز آر انکریجڈ کہ آپ کو جو چیز لینی ہے لے لیں اور اس کی قیمت اس میں ڈال دیں. اگر اس دن نہیں ہے تو آپ اگلے دن ڈال دیں. لیکن یہ چیز آپ کوئی دیکھ نہیں رہا, ایک ہستی ایسی ہے جو ضرور آپ کو دیکھ رہی ہے. اچھا اب حیران ہو گئے کہ 100 روپے کی چیز بکتی ہے نا, تو شام کو 110 روپے نکلتے ہیں, اس باکس میں سے 90 نہیں نکلتے. ہمارا ماننا یہ ہے کہ اگر ایک بچہ 2 سال یا 4 سال روز اس شاپ کے سامنے سے گزرتا ہے, اس کے اندر جاتا ہے, چیز خریدتا ہے, تو 2 سال میں وہ اس قدر انکریٹ ہو جائے گی ہیبٹ کہ کوئی دیکھ رہا ہے. میں نے جھوٹ نہیں بولنا, میں اپنے ضمیر کے آگے مجرم نہیں بننا. تو دس از ہاؤ یو گیو ہیم این اپرچونٹی बी ऑनेस्ट, सिर्फ ये कह देना कि तुम ईमानदारी करो, लेकिन एक उस मुश्किल मरहले से गुजारना, ये एक इम्पोर्टेंट है। ये शहादत के उल्फत में कदम रखना है। लोग आसान समझते हैं मुसलमान, सिर्फ कहने से तो नहीं होगा। तो अगर इस तरह की हम प्रैक्टिस करें, और भी बहुत सारे इस तरह के काम हो सकते हैं। नुकसान हो जाएगा, कोई बात नहीं, चलें 50% पैसे मिल जाएँगे, कोई मसला नहीं। बट आई एम श्योर, आई एम ऑप्टिमिस्ट, मुझे यकीन है कि एक दिन वो मुकाम ज़रूर आएगा जब सारे के सारे बच्चे ये मैसेज देके निकलेंगे कि नहीं, मेरा ज़मीर तो मुझे देख रहा है, मेरा खुदा तो मुझे देख रहा है, कहीं न कहीं लिखा जा रहा है मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ। तो इस तरह के एक्सपेरिमेंट्स अगर हम करें, तो वो नॉलेज आप माशाल्लाह दे रहे हैं, स्किल्स भी दे रहे हैं, एबिलिटीज़ लोगों के बच्चों के पास हैं। तो ये जो ट्रेड्स की डेवलपमेंट जो है, वो प्रैक्टिस के साथ हो जाए तो वी कैन प्रोड्यूस अ बेस्ट नेशन।
Lovely. What a lovely example, Dr. Saab. And I think an example कि इतना true है to हुआ का फाइनेंसिंग मॉडल का जो ओरिजिनल ईथॉस था, उसी के आपने उसी एक्सटेंशन है ये जो आपने इतनी खूबसूरत प्रैक्टिस का एग्जांपल दिया है। अच्छा एक में थोड़ा-सा सवाल एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग आया है एक ऑडियंस से, व्हिच I'll bring into the discussion now. आई थिंक जिस किस्म की लीडरशिप कॉम्पिटेंसीज या ट्रेड्स की आप लोग बात कर रहे थे, जिनका आप हवाला दे रहे थे, particularly अगर हमने ऐसी लीडरशिप क्रिएट करनी है जिसका रियल सोसाइटल इम्पैक्ट होगा आगे जाके, राइट? दैट्स व्हाट वी वांट टू सी इन यंग पीपल टुडे। एक सवाल आई थिंक ये उठ रहा है कि हर चीज मगर हमारे एजुकेशन सेंटर सिस्टम्स में वही होती है जिसके लिए कुछ इंसेंटिव्स होते हैं। तो क्या इस किस्म की लीडरशिप डेवलपमेंट के लिए इंडस्ट्री से ऐसे इंसेंटिव्स हैं कि वाकई कॉलेजेस और यूनिवर्सिटीज अपना वक्त लगाएं काइंड ऑफ इन्वेस्ट इन द कल्चर चेंज दैट इट वुड टेक टू फोस्टर दिस काइंड ऑफ लीडरशिप अमंग स्टूडेंट्स। वही वाली बात है कि जो चीज रिवॉर्डेड नहीं है, जो चीज मेजर्ड नहीं है, वो आप क्यों करेंगे? तो इंसेंटिव क्या है ये लीडरशिप डेवलप करने का? एंड आई एम एड्रेसिंग दिस टू एनी ऑफ द पैनलिस्ट हु लाइक टू पिक दिस अप एंड टेक दिस।
Can you hear me? I think incentive जो है वो ह्यूमैनिटी है खरीदना। दैट्स द ओनली इंसेंटिव। उसके अलावा कोई चीज़ और तुक बनता नहीं है, क्योंकि मैंने तो यही देखा है कि कॉलेजेस में और स्कूल्स के अंदर बच्चे एंड टीचर्स मिल के जिस तरह से डिफरेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स पे काम करते हैं, तो आई थिंक दैट इज़ कॉल्ड द लीडरशिप। कि कल को ये बच्चे जौन से हैं वो इसी अगर पैटर्न पे चले, तो कल को यही बड़े लीडर्स होंगे और यही कुछ आगे कर सकेंगे अपने मुस्तकबिल में। Uh, I think that's the only thing basically.
मुझे लगता है कि इसमें कोई हम मॉनेटरी इंसेंटिव दे के एथिकल लीडरशिप नहीं बना सकते। अम, बचपन से हम लोगों में एक इंस्टिंक्ट होती है लोगों को मदद करने की। अम, मुझे याद है कि फरीज़ा तो मैंने 26 इयर्स में स्टार्ट किया था। लेकिन आई रिमेंबर सो मेनी इंसिडेंट्स फ्रॉम माय चाइल्डहुड where I saw somebody who was not that well off. And in my head, I thought, okay, when I will become something, and when I would want to help them out. And I remember I had these elaborate plans that I would make these orphanage and things like that. And there are so many incidents that I still remember, and which were a bit haunting as well. मुझे याद है कि सदर में एक दफा मेरी मदर में और मेरे भाई 10 बजे के करीब आइसक्रीम खा रहे थे किसी शॉप के सामने. I was very young. I was 5 or 6 or maybe 7 years old. I was young enough to not be able to articulate it to my mother, but but at least I was old enough to be aware. कि मैं देख रही थी कि एक बच्चा जो है वो नंगे पाँव उसने जो लिफाफा पे थैला पकड़ा हुआ था जिसमें आई थिंक वो जो स्ट्रे कलेक्ट करता होगा जो पेजेस या न्यूज़पेपर करता होगा एंड वो हमारी तरफ देख रहा था एंड आई डोंट नो आई स्टिल हैव दिस वेरी विविड इमेज ऑफ दैट डे that a child was looking at us enjoying a family time. So क्या इंसेंटिव हो सकता है हमारी जिंदगी में? आई थिंक एक कंटेंटमेंट, एक contentment, satisfaction, the humanity of it. I आई डोंट थिंक कि जो लोग, चाहे वो किसी छोटे लेवल पे किसी लोगों की मदद करें, बड़ी लेवल पे, मैक्रो लेवल पे हेल्प करें, you cannot put like money or and incentivize that. आपको, मुझे लगता है कि इंसान ऐसे बनाने हैं, और शायद वो हमारे हमारे अंदर है चीज कि लोगों की मदद करना। सिर्फ ये है कि हमें कॉलेजेस एंड यूनिवर्सिटीज में बच्चों को प्लेटफॉर्म ऐसा देना है, जिस तरह सर ने एक एग्जांपल दी, कि वो प्लेटफॉर्म देना है कि जिसमें वो अपनी स्किल्स को उसको वो निखार सकें या प्रैक्टिस कर सकें।
Thank you very much. डॉक्टर साहब, I'll ask you कि जिस किस्म के प्लेटफॉर्म की बात हो रही थी, बहुत सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज लेवल्स के ऊपर हम, पाकिस्तान बहुत सारे यूनिवर्सिटीज के साथ काम करता है, तो एक ट्रेंड है कि यूनिवर्सिटीज ने सेट असाइड कर दिए हैं कुछ क्रेडिट आवर्स, और वो स्टूडेंट्स को इनकरेज करते हैं कि गो एंड डू वॉलंटियर वर्क, एंड इन रिटर्न द यूनिवर्सिटी विल असाइन क्रेडिट आवर्स टू दिस, ताकि वो जो टाइम है आपका उसको हम वैल्यू करते हैं ऑफिशियल तौर पर। और ये बहुत सारी जो बड़ी पब्लिक और प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, उन्होंने ये पॉलिसी की है। फिर जब हम उसको इम्प्लीमेंट होता हुआ देखते हैं, तो नजर आता है कि मगर उनके अंदर students keep trying to find a way out of that, or keep trying to do things not as meaningful as they possibly can with that time, right? One off activity करेंगे, जो कि बहुत ज़्यादा sustainable नहीं है, बहुत thought से नहीं करेंगे। Given your vast experience, अगर आपने इस तरह की पॉलिसी जो in principle अच्छी है, उसको scale up करना चाहते हैं big scale, और उसको meaningful भी बनाना चाहते हैं, तो वो कैसे कर सकते
Thank you for asking this question. This is one of the most important questions. हम बहुत क्लेम करते हैं कि हम बच्चों को कम्युनिटी के साथ काम करना सिखाना चाहते हैं, या कम्युनिटी को एक्सपोज़ करना चाहते हैं, उनको गुर्बत दिखाना चाहते हैं, उनकी ज़िम्मेदारी का एहसास, उनकी समाजी ज़िम्मेदारी। लेकिन ये बस एक रूटीन बन गई है कि जी छुट्टियाँ आई या कोई वक़्त था, तो हमने बच्चों को किसी यूनिवर्सिटी में भेज दिया या किसी पढ़ाई इदारे में भेज दिया। तो मैं ये समझता हूँ कि जो हमारा तजर्बा है, उसकी रोशनी में हम इस नतीजे पे पहुँचे हैं कि इंस्टीट्यूशंस को प्लान करना चाहिए कि बच्चे ने 2 साल रहना है या 4 साल उनके पास रहना है या 6 साल उनके पास रहना है। और द फर्स्ट डे उनको किसी एनजीओ के साथ उस बच्चे को एलोकेट, पाकिस्तान सेंटर फॉर फिलैंथ्रोपी के पास 700-800 ऐसे एनजीओज़ हैं, जिनको उन्होंने रजिस्टर किया हुआ है, एंड दे आर मोस्ट क्रेडिबल ऑर्गनाइजेशन। और हर शोबा में पॉवर्टी एलिविएशन, एजुकेशन, एनवायरनमेंट, ह्यूमन राइट्स, जेंडर इश्यूज, और हर शोबा में वो 700-800 या कल गालबन 1000 हो गई होंगी। तो एवरी गुड इंस्टीट्यूशन शुड एंटर इनटू अ पार्टनरशिप विद 10, 20, 30 एनजीओज थ्रू पाकिस्तान सेंटर फिलैंथ्रोपी। और उन्हें कहेंगे जी ये बच्चे जो हैं, पहले दिन जो आपके पास फॉर एग्जांपल ए लेवल में बच्चे आते हैं 50 बच्चे, तो हर बच्चे को पता हो कि जी मैंने अगले 2 साल या 3 साल या 4 साल इस एनजीओ के साथ रहना है। फिर वो छुट्टियों में, ईद के दिन, किसी और मौका पर वो उनके साथ रिलेशनशिप रखे, और वो एक सेट सिलेबस बनाएँ, उनके लिए एक कोड ऑफ एथिक्स बनाएँ, उनकी ज़िम्मेदारियों का एक मैट्रिक्स बनाएँ, फिर वो रेगुलरली फीडबैक दें इंस्टीट्यूशन को। तो ये एक लंबे कैनवस पर देखने की ज़रूरत है कि ये नहीं कि हर छुट्टियों में किसी और एनजीओ में चला जाए, किसी और एनजीओ में चला जाए। उसकी एक परमानेंट एसोसिएशन किसी एक इंस्टीट्यूशन के साथ हो जाए, और वो उसकी पहचान बने, उसके ज़रिए से वो लोगों तक पहुँचे, और फिर वो जो एनजीओ है वो भी उसको कुछ न कुछ मार्क्स दे या उसकी कुछ इवैल्यूएशन करे, तो तब जाकर ये इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज़ होगा। वरना तो ये है कि आप बच्चों को कहेंगे कि जी अच्छा ठीक है, 4 महीने के लिए तुम अपनी मर्ज़ी से जहाँ जाना चाहते हो चले जाओ। तो वो एक मैरिज ऑफ कन्वीनियंस हो सकती है, लेकिन इसको हमने अगर इंतहाई संजीदगी से लेना है और बच्चों को एक्सपोज़ करना है। अब मैं आपको छोटी-सी एक और मिसाल दे दूँ, वक़्त आपके पास कम है। हमने जो एलीट स्कूल्स हैं, उनके बच्चों को कहा कि आप अख़ुवत के साथ इंटर्नशिप करें। अब वो यकीन कीजिए कि हम उन बच्चों को ले गए उन लोगों के पास जो इंतहाई गरीब हैं। अब वो 2 कनाल के घर में रहता है या 1 कनाल के घर में रहता है, हम उसको लेके उस घर में जिसमें 2 मरले हैं, जिसमें 6 लोग रहते हैं, जिसमें 1 कमरा है, तो पहले तो दिन देख के वो घबरा गए, ये कौन लोग हैं? बिलीव जो मी कि हमने उन्हें कहा कि आपने इनका बाथरूम साफ करना है, आपने इनका किचन साफ करना है, आपने इनके बच्चे को नहलाना है। बड़ी रेजिस्टेंस आई, लेकिन चंद दिनों के बाद उन बच्चों ने इस कदर प्राइड के साथ बताया जी कि हमने उनके घर की सफाई की है, हमने उनका बाथरूम अपने हाथ से साफ किया है, और अब उस फैमिली से हमारी रिलेशनशिप इतनी बन गई है कि हम सारी ज़िंदगी उनके दोस्त रहेंगे। यही मुवाख़ात है जो नबी पाक सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम ने कहा कि एक हैव नॉट की दोस्ती हो जाए। So this is how परमानेंट रिलेशनशिप बनाना पड़ेगा, या तो किसी इंडिविजुअल से या किसी नॉट फॉर प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से, किसी एनजीओ से, और बड़ी संजीदगी से हमें इन बच्चों को बताना पड़ेगा कि तुम्हें 2 कनाल के घर की कंफर्ट से निकल के देखो कि 2 मरले की घर में क्या, आप अपनी बहन या भाई के साथ कमरा शेयर नहीं कर रहे, वहाँ 8 बंदे एक कमरे में सो रहे हैं। चीज़ें बताने के लिए ज़रा संजीदगी से।
आई थिंक आपने बहुत बड़ी बात इस लेवल की आप इसकी बात कर रहे हैं, और आई थिंक दैट इज द काइंड ऑफ थिंग दैट इज नीडेड। अगर आपने वाकई इसको लेके जाना है फॉर अ सर्टिफिकेट और टू गेट स्कॉलरशिप और एडमिशन अब्रॉड, अगर आपने वहां से इसको लिफ्ट करना है टू एन एक्सपीरियंस जो उस बच्चे के लिए ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव हो, उस यंग इंसान के लिए ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव है, और उसको वाकई एक एक पावर्ड सोशल लीडर बना सकता है इन द फ्यूचर, तो इट हैज टू बी दिस काइंड ऑफ लॉन्ग सस्टेन्ड इन्वेस्टमेंट। And thank you very much. And I want to come to you now and ask you about a very specific question. I know that the Beacon House Group has a long history and a very proud legacy of being very involved with social impact causes. East Pakistan, in fact, is a little known. I think a little bit of a secret because कितना बड़ा हाथ रहा है in East Pakistan's launch and success in Islamabad. Um, आपसे मैं ये पूछना चाहूंगी कि particularly सारी legacy के साथ, and since you yourself have launched, started Lighthouse, that orphanage that you now head, आपका अपना perspective कैसे shift हुआ है कि कैसे हमें इन social causes के साथ engage करना है यूनिवर्सिटी और colleges को अगर हमने आगे बढ़ना है साथ?
Khadija. Teach for Pakistan, Beacon House has been a founder partner with Teach for Pakistan, and it started, I think, 2018, yeah, yeah. And basically, जो भी तरह की जिस भी तरह की, because we totally believe in their program, जिस तरह से ये talented बच्चों को पिक करते हैं और फिर वहाँ से उनको ये सक्सेसफुल इंडिविजुअल बनाते हैं, तो जो इनकी थ्योरी है उसके साथ बिल्कुल हम लोग इन लाइन हैं। एंड उसके अलावा जो है इनके जिस तरह से भी बीकन हाउस कर सकता है अपनी कैपेसिटी में, इनको हेल्प करता है विद इन लाइक देयर कैपेसिटी। So, I mean, but there are, as Teja said, there are other programs, other projects which I would like. There are a number of other initiatives, like we have done recently ration distribution with Dr. Amjad साहब को तो इस चीज़ का पता होगा। And we have made houses. I don't have actually like exact number of the houses, but we have houses for flood victims. Um, and in fact, एक हमारा जो स्कूल था उसके अंदर, क्योंकि वो थोड़ा पहाड़ी के ऊपर था, तो उधर जाके काफी लोगों ने वहाँ पे पनाह ली थी और मेरा ख्याल है काफी अरसे तक उनको बीकन हाउस ने सपोर्ट किया था और वो लोग वहीं पे ही गए थे, एज उन्होंने शेल्टर उसको यूज किया। Then we have these public and private partnership with in Gujranwala. We have gotten these government schools जिनको हमने पूरी तरह से facilities दी हैं, टीचर ट्रेनिंग उनको हम प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, एंड इट इज टोटली नॉन प्रॉफिट। Beacon House National University, of course, is a not-for-profit university, and there are many other projects. Lighthouse, का आपने ज़िक्र किया खदीजा, Lighthouse is an orphanage, and we basically we provide children with basic necessities like uh, food, accommodation, and good environment, their basic education. एंड अभी खैर डॉक्टर अमजद साहब से हमने बहुत कुछ सीखना है लेकिन ये चीज़ें हैं जो लाइट हाउस के अंदर कर रहे हैं हम लोग। एंड इनफैक्ट मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूँगी कि आप प्लीज़ आएँ और आप किसी टाइम विज़िट हमारे लिए बड़े ऑनर की बात होगी डॉक्टर साहब। एंड मैं समझती हूँ कि वॉलंटियर करना इस जो नॉन प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ कॉलेजेस को करना, उसमें स्टूडेंट्स के लिए बहुत वैल्यूएबल एक्सपीरियंस होता है। मतलब जो कि उनकी आगे की लाइफ में, उनके करियर में, उनकी सक्सेस में इस चीज़ को, जैसे डॉक्टर साहब ने अभी कहा है कि आगे जाके उनके लिए ये बहुत काम करेगा कि अ, अगर वो किसी भी नॉट फॉर प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ खुद को लिंक करते हैं, तो आई थिंक दैट इज़ वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much. And with that, I will, on the insistence of the hosts, conclude the panel just by saying thank you for this insightful discussion. I think एक जो चीज़ आप सामने लेके आए हैं तीनों, वो बड़ी क्लैरिटी से लेके आए हैं कि अगर कॉलेजेस यूनिवर्सिटीज़ का रियल है जो है कम्युनिटीज में जहाँ हम exist करते हैं, जहाँ हमारे बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं, तो then we have to operate as one with those communities. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, ma'am, for the cooperation. I would now request the panelists and the moderator to please stay on stage, and I'd request Sir Nasir Kasuri and Miss Safia to please come on stage and present the shields. First of all, we have Mrs. Amina Kasuri. Then we have Dr. Amjad Saqib. Miss Sanish Khan. And finally, our very cooperative moderator, Ms. Khatija Bakhtiar. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We will now break for Juma and lunch, and we will reconvene at 2:30 p.m. for the afternoon sessions. Please note that the Juma prayers will be held right outside the exit gate, and lunch will be served at 2 p.m. sharp. Looking forward to see you again on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue in 5 minutes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the resumption of the sessions. I would request you all to please settle down and resume your respective seats so we could continue. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the fourth and final panel discussion of the conference, which will be about the importance of research in higher education and the evolving role of artificial intelligence in this process. The panel will discuss the importance of research in higher education and its impact on innovation and societal progress. It will cover the role of research in enhancing student learning, the significance of professors and students in the research process, and the evolving role of AI in research. Starting with moderator for this discussion is Mr. Fawad Nasir, who is the head of school of Computer Science and Software Engineering Department at Beacon House International College. He is known for his contributions to STEM education, research in artificial intelligence and robotics, and mentoring students in these fields. Please welcome Sir Fawad with a huge round of applause. Moving on towards our respective panelists, starting with Dr. Muhammad Hassan, who is an engineering professor at Ghulam Ishaq Khan Institute of Engineering Sciences and Technology. Sir, please grace us with your presence on stage. Then we have Dr. Hassan Amir Shah, who is a renowned physicist and former Vice Chancellor of Government College University, Lahore. Mr. Hamza Habib, who is a dynamic leader and grants management expert with over 12 years of experience at Lahore University of Management Sciences. Over to you for WhatsApp.
Thank you, Worker sir. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. My name is Fawad Nasir, and I'm the head of school for computer science and software engineering. I'll have the honor of guiding our conversation today for this session as a moderator. It's a pleasure to welcome all of you to this year's Future Ready Colleges DIC Symposium. As we gather here today, we stand at a crossroads between education as we have known it and vast possibilities the future holds. It is an exciting time indeed. Today, we have the honor of being joined by the esteemed panelists, all of whom are innovators, educators, and thought leaders in the field of higher education and research. I would like to introduce our first panelist, Dr. Muhammad Hassan. He is an engineering professor at Ghulam Shah Khan Institute of Engineering Sciences and Technology. He has a PhD in XUV, EUV photo absorption and has established research labs of solar cell fabrications, organic electronics, and laser ablation at the institute. Our second panelist, Dr. Hassan Amir Shah, is a renowned physicist and former vice chancellor of Government College University, Lahore. He is currently a professor and dean at FCC and have over 150 research publications. And moving to the third, Mr. Hamza Habib. He's a dynamic leader and grants management expert with over 12 years of experience at Lahore University of Management Sciences. I welcome you all, and we are looking forward for a constructive discussion today, inshallah. The topic of our panel discussion today is the importance of research in higher education, nurturing innovation, advancement, and intellectual growth. Over the next hour, we will discuss the current landscape of research in higher education, in its challenges, its immeasurable benefits. We will also explore how colleges and universities can better integrate research into their curriculum to future-proof their graduates. Our fourth panelist has just joined, Dr. Hassan Mustafa. He is a professor and head of Department of Artificial Intelligence and Data Science at FAST National University of Computer and Emerging Sciences. With expertise in an autonomous learning and deep neural networks, he is a respected researcher and advocate for ethical AI practices. Without further ado, I would like to ask first question from Dr. Hassan Sayad. Sir, how can AI be used ethically to ensure that research is original and not plagiarized at this time of AI era? What's your point on taken on this particular question?
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, I would like to thank the Beacon House administration, Ms. Misha, and Mr. Muhammad Azam Aftab for inviting me and providing this opportunity.
It's an honor, sir.
Well, that AI-powered software is already used for finding plagiarism, and they give us about similarity index and also from where it has been. So it is very helpful when we do research and write some paper or some thesis. We go through that, we check with that the plagiarism, and it helps us in removing that. Sometimes this is not done intentionally, but it happens, and either the researchers or students, they don't know that what they are doing. So when they check with that, then they find that they have some plagiarism above the assigned limit. Mostly in university, there is a limit that you can have up to say 70 percentage. So they have to bring that down. And using the plagiarism software, they can do they. And now there are some rephrasing soft. Sometimes they use that. But sometimes they try to sometimes it is good, but sometimes they try to bring that too low, and then the, they redefine the terms. There are some technical terms like in one of my MS student wrote a thesis, and when I checked his thesis, so there were some blunders in that. There was a term in the solar cell, donor and acceptor. There are some molecules which absorb light and get excited, and then they donate electron to some other material. And she translated those donor and acceptor terms into giver and taker.
Sorry.
So that kind of things happen. But people have to be, I mean, researchers have to be careful that terminology is not compromised.
And students should develop their own and own content regardless of the AI, chat, GPT, and all
And
these.
then by using these AI-powered software, we can know from where that content has been taken.
Yeah.
So if they cannot change, at least they should acknowledge
Like a
that
reference, yes.
that author.
Like continuing this question, I acknowledge that the content should be self-generated. You can use that particular AI tools for the production.
I know in my PhD, I wrote a sentence that this is a formidable task. And one of the faculty members said, "This is not your sentence." I said, "Yes." Then what should I do? So he said that you should acknowledge that.
The particular for the
should give
reference,
a
yeah.
reference of that.
Yeah, I agree that. I continue this to Dr. Hassan Shah. How can a university or college research program be used to enhance student learning, regardless of undergraduate and postgraduate? What's your perspective on that?
Thank you. And let me thank BIC for inviting me over here. I especially want to thank Safia Qasim for extending this invitation. Uh, Teaching and learning, research and discovery, uh, understanding, etc. These are all core words which are used, core values which are used when we talk about a university, and any good university will always talk about these things. But to most people, I think research may be extraneous because people say that you should only be teaching, and your first job is to teach. Of course, uh, research is essential because a university is supposed to produce new knowledge. It's supposed
Yeah.
to come up with new ideas. And I think a good teacher is one who blends in his research into his teaching. And for a lot of people who are good teachers and good researchers, these two blend into one another in a very seamless fashion. And it certainly helps students in learning. I think on the previous session we were talking about self-learning.
Yeah.
That's one of the main tools that a student should have. One of the main, uh, because the job market is changing so fast, and uh, you can never really be trained for something for the future which you don't know what it's going to be. But the training in research gives you the opportunity to become a self learner because you have to learn how to sift out material, how to pose a problem, how to pose your research question, how to look for a solution. And with proper guidance, a student then becomes a self learner. And that, I think, is one of the major contributions to research. And then you tend to then take things only on evidence and not on hearsay, because whatever statement you make, that has to be backed by evidence. And this is not only true for the sciences or for physics, but this is true for social sciences also. Whatever you're saying, it has to be backed up with proper references, proper material, and then you can draw your conclusion. It also helps us, uh, every civilization is उसका जो hallmark है, that is discovery, innovation, and creation.
Sir.
And Dr. Amjad Saqib, I think, talked about Cordoba and Baghdad, and that was the high point in the Arab world or in the Islamic world.
At that time, yeah.
And they had managed to collect the best minds from all over the world. There were ideas traveled from India and China into the Middle East. They traveled from Greece, and they synthesized over there and they produced new knowledge. If you look at the stars today, I think there are thousands of stars which carry Arabic names. And the reason is that all this work was done by the scholars sitting in Baghdad and Cordoba.
At that time, yes.
So research is of primary importance in any university, and I think adequate attention should be paid to this. And this is an essential part of students' training, no matter at what level he's working, whether it's the undergraduate level, whether it's at the postgraduate levels. He learns how to organize his material, he learns how to do literature survey, he learns to look for something new, or he's sort of guided into looking for that, and then he learns how to go about, addressing that problem. So I think research plays an extremely important role in the training of a student, and of course this lends prestige to a university. After all, why do we talk about Harvard and Cambridge and Oxford today? Because these are major producers of knowledge. They are major producers of scientific and other literature. So this cannot be undermined, or this we cannot say that we can teaching institution or a higher education institution can do without
Research.
research.
True. Thank you, sir. Continuing this, that self-learning and research is an empirical part of the learning industry. I would like to ask a question from Dr. Hassan Mustafa. How is AI going to impact research, and will the human element be less relevant in the future? Adding to that, I would like to ask, being a TLE, transnational education provider, and undergraduate, for particularly undergraduate, यानी कि बोरियत है ये जितने भी लोग बैठे हैं सॉर्ट ऑफ वो रिसर्च इज सॉर्ट ऑफ ए बोरिंग एक कॉन्सेप्ट है लोग इतने ज्यादा इन्वॉल्व नहीं होना चाह रहे होते वो कहते हैं ठीक है चल रहा है लेट इट गो लेट इट बी तो इट्स नॉट यानी कि स्टूडेंट्स भी बहुत कम आते हैं दे वो प्रोन टुवर्ड्स द फाइनल ईयर प्रोजेक्ट बेस जो भी चीजें चल रही होती हैं. So what's your take on that particular topic?
Thank you. First of all, Assalamu alaikum to everyone, and thank you, Sir Fahad and Ms. Misha, for allowing us this opportunity to share our point of view on these different points. There. First of all, let me clarify what research actually means for me, right? Because when I was starting off my career, I was starting off my MS, and I was going to work with research with cheese. So my father gave this quote to me, and it was by some German philosopher. High mushkil is I'm not going to try to pronounce it. Quote was to summarize it. Research is seeing what everyone else is seen and then thinking of something that nobody else has thought. So it is essentially looking at different problems and different opportunities that are in front of you and then identifying what more can be done in this particular area. So academic research, it comes with certain formalities attached with it. Yeah. Like you have to have a peer-reviewed study service के different logs को देखते हैं, faculty members
Blind
देखते हैं,
peer review.
and your words become trustable after they go through the whole process of peer review. And that is obviously a painful process. It's not that simple to get your paper published in a good reputed journal or even a high-level conference. So that gap. What AI essentially is doing is one of the limitations that our people used to face and still do is that English isn't really our primary language. So the writing skills, the communication skills of our people, I mean, somewhere there is a gap that needs to be addressed. And AI addresses that gap quite well. I'm sure all of you have heard about ChatGPT, and if you have any problem writing an email, just open up ChatGPT and give it a prompt. It can, I think, do that in Urdu as well. But you can write quite fluent paragraphs or email or whatever topic that you give. And that essentially is creating a huge revolution as far as the way we treat NLP, because all of these are LLMs. And, as people in the academic sector, they were more familiar with this research because this has been going on since the advancement of neural networks, which was back in 1950. So essentially what AI is doing is it's if you think about computers, why are computers so popular and you see them everywhere? Because computers facilitate a very basic human process, and that is of information processing, right? And what AI is doing is it is doing the same thing, but it is revolutionizing the way we think. It allows us to offload a lot of things which are very casual about कि यार ये तो सोच लेंगे देख लेंगे. We can do those things. ऐसा नहीं हम कर नहीं सकते, ये कर नहीं रहे थे. लेकिन it just facilitates us. Obviously, that opens up a lot of new opportunities और लोगों को डर भी है कि मतलब ये काम से क्या हो जाएगा. And that is a separate
People
topic.
think कि जी ये पूरे का पूरा पेपर ये जनरेटेड है जी AI से.
और पहली नजर में पढ़ के पता भी नहीं चलता कि वो actually has and ChatGPT. अच्छा जी जी Italy में उन्होंने they are doing that, but we'll come to that point as well. I think maybe we need to embrace that. But overall, addressing your question, AI is essentially revolutionizing this whole concept of how we communicate, how we perform these tasks that require some level of intent, some level of interaction and thinking. And by getting facilitation, that we can pay more attention to other processes.
True, sir. I agree to that. Mr. Hamza Habib, I would like to ask how important is research to higher education institution primary mission? Consider me a layman and convince me that being undergraduate degree provider, why research is important for me at this era. Like, convince me for that.
Thank you, thank you, Fawad. Thank you, Bacon House. Good afternoon, everyone. Um, Research is of paramount importance for institutions that are providing education because the primary role is typically centered around teaching and learning. However, the research it is so critical that it adds value in a way that it advances that knowledge, that creates a new knowledge, it creates that knowledge. Then it also fosters innovation, which is again a very important concept. I'll come to them one by one. And lastly, it improves organizations'
status, or you can say its visibility nationally and internationally. So one by one, if I talk about, first of all, I said it creates new knowledge. So at this moment, the knowledge that we are imparting to our students is limited, and of course, through research, we have been trying to push it beyond boundaries. So we have to make sure that we are educating our kids the right education, which is up to date, which is according to the international things which are happening. So it adds value to the learning because it gives you new knowledge as well as you expand that knowledge. Then moving on, you have the innovation. Research is typically, it focuses on discoveries and identification of new solutions to the problems. As someone said earlier, that research is all about finding solutions. जो हमें नहीं पता अभी प्रॉब्लम्स के हल उनके हल ढूंढने हैं व्हाट इट हेल्प्स इट मेक्स आवर लाइफ इजियर सो हमने क्या करना है अपनी जिंदगी आसान करनी है रिसर्च से सबसे बड़ा फायदा हमने ये लेना है सो लास्टली जितने भी अच्छे इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं विद better equipments, with better labs, with better research culture, more talent. So you will receive a better faculty members. They will be attracted more to work with your organization. It attracts students as well because if you have high top-notch faculty with you, students would be compelled to join the organization. Then internationally, it improves your standing. If you are a better or strong research-based organization, um, internationally, it shows a very positive uh, sort of a soft image about your organization that you are doing research. And once you do discover, once you combine all these, if you innovate something, people would know this innovation solution was produced by Beacon House International College. For example, LAMS is the first institution that made lithium-ion batteries in Pakistan. So this would always go along. And lastly, if I just summarize everything, research faculty members, they add value to the teaching as well in a way that they bring in the experience, the expertise, and they teach students the updated knowledge, and they involve them in the research circle as well. Since as someone who is a faculty member and working on some brilliant idea, that person would require students or the workforce, to collaborate and work with him, the inventor is. So it would certainly facilitate students as well because it will create that problem solving or critical thinking in students as well. Once they'll be dealing with someone who is research active, who is already involved, who is updated, who is identifying new solutions to the existing problems. Eventually, I'm trying to convince you that eventually students would benefit out of it. The institution would benefit out of it. The country would benefit out of it because research helps the knowledge-based economy of countries as well, and also institutions can benefit from research in a way that usually requires external funding. So once you get external funding, that helps your operation, your you spend more on things. And eventually, if you land on to the commercialization area, if you have produce something that is valuable to the general public, then through commercialization, universities can make a new revenue streams for themselves. So eventually, the society benefits from it, students benefit from it. So in short, it's very critical, it's very important, no doubt about it.
Suggesting, yeah, like you are suggesting to all undergraduate students along with your particular research or different faculty members हैं, वो अपनी काम के अंदर अगर बच्चों को इन्वॉल्व करते हैं that will be beneficial for the students and for the institute as well. I agree to that. Next question, Dr. Mohammed. Saab. Can you talk about the current status of research in higher education and why it plays a crucial role in fostering innovation and intellectual growth?
Actually, this research has a lot of influence in higher education. First, as you know that all the technologies we are having behind that is whatever technologies we are enjoying and we are going to enjoy in future. Behind these are the R&D activities carried out by students under the supervision of faculty. Are many there are where people in some it takes a few. There are some projects I mean which are being done over half a century. Like the most expensive research project in the history of world is reactor, which for which about $60 billion have been it's not like we conduct and the nuclear power they are saying that it will be possibly available in 2050. But people are continuing that. In some cases, contingency, they ask that, okay, so, after your research, which is because in the research, less than 10% developing something, that all that is a drug use. There are a lot of byproducts of that research, which brings a lot of benefits, innovation, enhances the knowledge of doing research, and share that knowledge. It will also benefit from that. It is very important. Not industries these days has reached a level that it can be used at undergrad level. Like in many universities, they have established undergraduate research centers. Like I was in USA, their students they go to different universities, groups are, and they are there to help and guide them. And they involve in some ongoing project, or they give guide them how to collect data, how to draft a paper, and then they take some conference, provide them how to present research papers. That's very common. And it also helps a professor there because sometimes they give a project to a student just to know whether that's possible or not. And
Agree.
research is, in my opinion, it is must for all levels of education. Should be started at undergrad level. If they don't have faculty, they should send their students to some
Other
research
university.
which are active in with art research. And can learn new where they will be learning a computational skills, experimental data processing skills. Sometimes I have seen finally are doing Excel. And these days, students are so computational tools. There are many types of equipment which are now just plug and play.
True.
So I think the research is must because when I joined State Institute in September 2000, their program they started it failed, but when I joined, it was just started again. And I took about 8 students. They were HPC sponsored, and they told me that you won't be able to provide them because of limited equipment.
Mm.
When I took, I then got, I then helped the facility and I further organic electronics research lab, laser ablation lab. Based on that, I worked up US project of civilian. And with that, then I went to US and I looked at their labs, and then I established all those labs here. We were about advanced application and application labs. Recently, I managed to convert that to emerging solar cell technology.
Very good.
And I instructed a lot. I was advisor of a lot of pioneer projects in the areas of fiber optic telecommunication. That helped me to establish opportunities related to optical fiber networking. And recently, we converted that to photonics, all lights. In that, developed a facilities where we can ramp the potential of light. Now you can do everything with light. Like in the last century, because of electronics, we're using electron and manipulate electron. In this century, we are seeing that beyond is of photonics of light. With light, anything which involves use of light are technologies for the generation of light, diffraction, polarization, of light. So, everything is being done with
Yeah, exactly.
lasers.
Like we have Wi-Fi by the world light.
So I recently introduced, I defined it, that was about smart people to kitchen based a smart car. And that we developed a Wi-Fi that transfer data over the headlights of the car and communicated between
Two cars.
yes.
Uh-huh.
Because the Wi-Fi is in about many places, crowded areas like in airports and stations. Where Wi-Fi has been installed.
Mm.
Uh, According to that, future so technology still hasn't matured. In near future, we will be having that internet to our these
Coming from all these lights.
Wi-Fi.
That's good. Like, I give you a bit of talk tech uh, involving students, and you suggested a different solution for how to involve your undergraduate students and where to provide a particular research-based internship. I that this to Dr. Hassan Shah. How can higher education institute better connect research outputs with real-world application or societal needs? जैसे कि कहा जाता है कि भजन हम सिर्फ ये रिसर्च करके बुक बना के पेपर पब्लिश करके just let it go. So what do you think problem project based problem based research को ज़्यादा किया जा रहा है या what do you think?
A very tough question. नो रिसर्च जिसके बारे में आप प्रिडिक्ट कर सकते हो application कब होगी या नहीं। So it is open-ended,
Hmm.
where you tend to focus on such product-based research, which is a quick outcome that is normally associated with industry. If there is an industry which is interested in developing a particular process or developing material, the industry, academia, linkage must be there. Unfortunately, in Pakistan, there is no industry which uses modern science. हमारी industry जो है वो assembly, we don't use semiconductors, we don't do any डॉक्टर बात कर रहे हैं photonics के साथ
जी.
हम को
So
जोड़
we are
करके तो
users.
आगे users
We are users.
and so I think so that is a component which is missing
Hmm.
in this fixed that people look for कि जी यूनिवर्सिटी ऐसी चीज लिखती है जिसकी कल सुबह ये होता नहीं है and in fact कहीं भी नहीं होता है and there are many examples. About 15 years ago there was a program this was some Nobel laureates who brought to Pakistan to interact with students in Pakistan. So Professor Charles Brown won the Nobel Prize for मैं इन्हीं का business के तो Nobel Prize मिला. I was moderating that. I was head of department at that moment at GCO. So, these kind of questions हम लोग पूछे जाते हैं क्या फायदा है आपके काम का? So I asked Professor Town कि आप फिर याद किए तो आपके जहन में कौन सी एप्लीकेशन थी? He was a 90-year-old man, and he looked at me and he said, applications. I do applications. I'm not bothered about applications. I was interested in the physics period, what was happening. And then, surprisingly, the next thing he said was more surprising. After that, I lost interest in it, and I moved on to something. So, हमारी रिसर्च में वो बहुत सी रिसर्च होती है वो क्यूरियोसिटी बेस्ड एप्लीकेशन बेस्ड एप्लीकेशन बेस्ड वहां पर होती है जहाँ डिमांड हो वहां पर इंडस्ट्री जो आपसे उस तरह का काम
China is doing.
China is doing a lot of fundamental research also. They now have the largest radio telescope in the world, which is in China. They are planning to build a particle accelerator, which is going to be larger than the one in France. Now, these are multi-billion-dollar projects, multi-billion-dollar projects, and there are no outcomes of them. आज हम GPS टेक्नोलॉजी इस्तेमाल करते हैं these equations which we used were written by Einstein in 2015 but the tremendous applications came very recently जब आप सब हम GPS के साथ हमने करना शुरू कर so we should not look for such linear outcomes all the time. The relationship between, and every paper is going to produce that in any case, not even in the best university, but wherever important research is taking place, which is recognized as important, उसका ज़रूरी नहीं कि एप्लीकेशन इमीडिएटली मौजूद हो कब कहीं से निकल आती है ये बड़ी नॉन लीनियर सी रिलेशनशिप है between research and whether it finds an application or not. But nevertheless, the importance of research cannot be undermined. It has to, it's part of our training, it is part of our job as university teachers. Impart this type of training to our students. And इस तरह साइंस में बहुत ज़्यादा एग्जाम्पल्स हैं ऑफ थिंग्स व्हिच हैपन मैक्सवेल्स इक्वेशंस जिसपे ये सारी इनकी फोटोनिक्स की साइंस जो है वो बेस होती है when at the end of the 19th century Maxwell produced those equations. Some historian of science wrote 10 years after that. These equations are very elegant, but they have no use. And it was just a few years after that, X-rays, radio radiation, everything started. Second World War, X-rays, First World War. It was so the whole base was in pure science. आज हम AI की बात करते हैं या हम ये phones इस्तेमाल करते हैं. This came out of research in semiconductors. 40 years ago, 50 years ago, nobody was bothered at that time कि ये क्या होगा इसके साथ, कहाँ जाएगा आगे. So we could
There were no application.
हाँ, I mean इंडस्ट्री होगी तो आपके पास टुमारो मॉर्निंग रिजल्ट वाली रिसर्च हो सकती है. नहीं है आपकी कोई डिमांड नहीं है सियालकोट में इतनी बड़ी इंडस्ट्री है. इसमें बहुत काफी सारे वेल ट्रेन्ड मटेरियल साइंस के लोग हैं. पीपल कम आउट ऑफ फिजिक्स बैकग्राउंड, केमिस्ट्री, engineering. No Singapore businessman has ever come to them to ask them कि आप हमें ये मटेरियल इम्प्रूव कर दें, हमको ये क्वालिटी बेहतर कर दें. Because हमारी नीयत सिर्फ वाली है. We just want to make money out of industry. बहुत कम इंडस्ट्रीज होंगी जहाँ R&D का कोई एक कपड़ा भी बना हो. So I think we should be very careful when we talk about the outcome of research. The importance अपनी जगह पर है, everyone has known. But don't look for quick outcomes in the way because quick outcome करने वाला element है वो missing है हमारे.
बिल्कुल ठीक. Regarding the application is one of the other and fundamental के ऊपर research is also part of that. I agree that
इस वक्त तो fundamental
कम
side में बहुत blur हो गया.
blur हो.
Because one is feeding into the other very quickly. A lot of technology which is developed leads to a lot of pure research works. आपके पास to develop those type of microscopes, etc. वगैरह. I mean there are so many things.
जैसे बिल्कुल ठीक है. Just like example, जैसे सियालकोट की सर ने एग्जाम्पल दिया, as an academia and industry linkage liaison officer, Dr. Hassan. Uh, what do you say that ये rapidly taking
There are
into
three Dr. Hassans. So,
yeah, actually we have three purposes. In the context of rapidly changing technology and societal needs, how can research in higher education stay ahead and remain impactful with AI? उसके साथ ही आपने कनेक्ट किया बात को जो आपने एग्जांपल दिया सियालकोट वाली की जी वहाँ पे जरूरत है मगर वी डोंट हैव रिसर्च डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट एट आवर इंडस्ट्री ये चीज कहाँ पे लैग करती है इसमें हमारी इंस्टीट्यूट कहाँ पे लैग कर जाता है हमारे बच्चे कहाँ पे फेस करते हैं डिफिकल्टीज इसको कैसे आप करेंगे
मैं हाँ I think पहली चीज़ तो ये कि research scholars and given our economical situation at the moment, finding any amount of funding is going to be difficult, right? But if you think about it, if you're motivated enough, then you can find ways. Like if we go back to our teenage years, so a lot of us didn't really have a lot. हमारा कोई इतना ज़्यादा pocket money नहीं होता था. I remember the गाना है and we would नहीं है या I don't know, maybe Metallica. आजकल हम आगे देखें तो वो I don't know if you heard of hip-hop, but I even listen to it and I have no idea what they're saying, and I'm like, you're enjoying it, right? So they find ways because they're motivated, right? And none of my kids speak Korean, but they're enjoying that music. That is the level of motivation that drives you to do something you couldn't be the that motivation seems to be that, right? और ये higher education in सबका हम्स का boss का सबका ये responsibility है कि we motivate our students, we encourage them. Like this whole aura of negativity कि जी बस यहाँ से चले जाओ, that is that is a negative feedback loop जो इस पूरे process को ज़्यादा hurt कर रहा है, right? So सबसे पहली चीज़ तो ये कि हमारी तमाम universities को इस चीज़ को embrace करना चाहिए कि times are changing. We wouldn't want to be the of you know अपने जब नौकरी जॉब आती थी ना हम but now nobody wants to buy Nokia. Why? Because they even Nokia से भी ज़्यादा BlackBerry के हाथ में BlackBerry का फोन होता था और आपको तो याद होगा ये क्या जबरदस्त बात है, right? Now, if you see some of the BlackBerry phone, you do think, यार इससे 29 के बाद कोई फोन right? तो ये रहा है हमारे साथ make sure that we are staying up to date with the latest trends of technology जो हो रही हैं ChatGPT हो किसी भी और जैसे सर ने बताया कि रिसर्च जो है एंड परफेक्टली एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट रिसर्च में एप्लीकेशंस बाद में पहले तो आप सोचते हैं यार खास तौर पे नेचुरल साइंस में ये क्यों हो रहा है वो रदरफोर्ड का अगर आपने फिजिक्स में आपको याद हो, जो गोल्ड की फॉइल की इलेक्ट्रॉन पास किया ही वाज लाइक व्हाई इज इट देयर आर सम थिंग्स फाउंड आउट कि यहाँ अप्लाइड रिसर्च में थोड़ा-सा डिफरेंट लेकिन बिज़नेस पर्सपेक्टिव व्हिच इज़ द सेकंड पार्ट ऑफ योर क्वेश्चन, बिज़नेस पर्सपेक्टिव से there is a lot of opportunity for business, especially AI. I mean, just for a minute, imagine that you go home and you have an advanced operating system that has built-in AI, and your computer realizes आपकी mood में, right? आज आपके बच्चों का रिजल्ट था, probably don't very बहुत upbeat music आज आपको थोड़ा-सा या आज आपकी कोई बोर्ड मीटिंग थी तो आप पहले ही थक के आएँगे तो आपको कोई पुरानी सी गज़ल लगा देते हैं। Your AI-based OS adapts according to your mood. Just imagine that, right? आप सुबह-सुबह सिस्टम ऑन करें और वो खुद ही तिलावत कुरान पाक लगा दे because that is how we would like to start our day. So that is a huge business opportunity. That is an operating system. And there are so many things, literally every single thing which requires any amount of thought. इंसान डील करते हैं, there is an opportunity for an AI-based business there. And that is what we need to tap on. We need to encourage our students to think about these things. आपकी ज़िंदगी में क्या चीज़ है? See, and that is how we work at FAST. हम FAST में यही कोशिश करते हैं कि हम अपने बच्चों को स्पेशली अगर आपने OFI देते हैं, सिस्टम्स बनाना छोड़ें, ये नहीं कि आपकी ज़िंदगी में इस वक़्त करंटली क्या चल रहा है।
Problem
Pick
is.
one of them and solve that, right? Build an application around and that is because they're motivated. मुश्किल काम है, एफआईपी करना आसान नहीं है, खासतौर पे फास्ट नॉन के हम बहुत मुश्किल लोग हैं। सो जब वो चैलेंज आप मोटिवेट होके लेते हैं, आप उसको ओवरकम भी करते हैं। And I think that is what we need to encourage.
Agree.
Mr. Hamza, how research institution can enhance their research participation with external grants? Like,
Yeah. Right. First thing I would like to suggest is that all universities or higher education institutions must have dedicated offices of research. They should have a trained staff who knows how to manage a project or how to engage with the donor, how to find funding opportunities. Even for students, like at LUMS, we have a dedicated groups that identify funding opportunities for faculty as well as students, and we circulate them every week. So, then moving on, I think universities should certainly invest in research. Internal funding mechanisms are very critical, are very important for faculty. Faculty members, they would, certainly that sometimes you have small idea that you want to test a small sample size, you want to validate that. For that, you just need small amount of funding. Provide 1 million rupees of funding every year. It's all every year. So every year we have two calls where faculty members apply and we fund up 5 grant, each grant of 10 million, 1 million. Just last Wednesday, they hire students. So what क्या फायदा हुआ? उसके बाद बच्चों को रिसर्च सॉल्व कर लिया। समझ आ प्रॉब्लम ऐसे अच्छा ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग ऐसे करनी। Then with that 1 million, they test their idea, they validate the idea. उसका eventual जो हमने भी अपनी policy में it's a stated it's a stated we have stated that categorically in the policy that should be to funding. So once you provide some small amounts of funding, when you validate that concept, then you are probably are at a level where you can apply for external funding. And your idea is not mature enough that you can, pitch it to USAID or maybe defend it to some other international donor. So you test your idea through internal funding. So research funding is very important. Then civil funding is very important. If a faculty member has published a paper in a journal and he or she wants to travel, university should facilitate because once they travel, they go there, they meet those people, they understand what are the key challenges they are facing in their countries, what advancements they have made. Then they can create groups, they can create what we call it, and those consortiums can apply for larger grants. There are so many opportunities like Horizon. Just need to have a UK-based, also European-based out the EU. So you just need to have EU-based university. It will be the lead applicants in Pakistan or any other country, depending on their guidelines. They can apply. So you need to build consortiums that will do external fund, larger sums of external funding, and with external funding, get indirect overheads. That helps your organization. The office of research that you have at LUMS, annual cost who are research अपने courses हैं, that is 1/10 of the total revenue in terms of indirect costs that we earn, not the sum of the grant. अ, वो तो पैसा है ना खर्च होने के लिए दे दिया, ये लो इस पे बच्चे हायर करो, इक्विपमेंट खरीदो, इस पे कराओ। पैसा सिर्फ इनडायरेक्ट कॉस्ट है, दैट इज़ बल्कि 1/10 the department will come in. डेफिनिटली इस तरह के initiatives फैकल्टी मेंबर्स जो मेरे साथ हैं या जो हायर पोस्ट पे हैं, जो डिसीजन मेकर्स हैं, they would consider this suggestion because I think this is the way forward. This is how we can facilitate our students, our researchers, our country, and we by investing some amount of funds internally first. यानी पहले हम फिर हम मांगे हम अपना नहीं लगाते। तो अपना लगा के देखें, it will yield great results.
जी सर, बिल्कुल ठीक है। Last 10 minutes, I have received many questions. Start with can you answer this? Why majority of researchers in Pakistan are only in teaching, not working in the industry? Why is that so? Please, sir.
The industry is not geared towards doing research.
We don't have.
I mean, but there are research organizations, state sponsored,
But
जैसे
that those are very
Atomic
less.
Energy Commission है, नेस्को नेस्पाक है, वगैरह वगैरह, सुपार्को है।
जी, please, sir.
इंडस्ट्री है ना, प्रोडक्ट सर्विसेज सर कह रहे हो ऑफिसर बहुत फॉर रिसर्च उन लोगों ने, लेकिन
Product
इट इज
development.
चेंजिंग, द ट्रेंड इज चेंजिंग,
That is changing very.
obviously yes.
That this question, what type of research facilities BIC or other institutional providing, that is, I would like to answer, like providing computer science and business technical engineering program. So for that, the facilities which we have, Dr. Asa की टीम में जहाँ तक बात है तो we are also publishing research papers of we are working on that, and we will look forward to collaborate with other universities as well.
Right, not all research is expensive. कुछ cost तो होती है।
हाँ, हाँ।
I am a very cheap person. I don't need any more than a or a pencil, and access to literature. So mathematics again is an area which is a great area with lot of practical application, and there is very little cost. So we should think about these things when we are sitting in the university, and then there is a system in social. तो हम लोगों के का जो है उसको निग्लेक्ट करता रहा, फंडिंग हालांकि दिस रिक्वायर much less than would be required engineering and science, and this is very important. क्यों नहीं उर्दू में और पंजाबी में रिसर्च होनी चाहिए, तारीख के बारे में रिसर्च all every time research, and if you publish your work in a good impact journal, impact factor कहते हैं या category आप कहते हैं, that's there is not much money that the institution is spending on that. So we should हम चारों लोग जो यहाँ पे हैं, we belong to, of us belong और ये के experts हैं. But we should think beyond our areas so that there are other areas, social sciences या humanities, they should not be neglected. आपके यहाँ ये program है, psychology के हैं, business के हैं. I mean, these are wonderful areas. I can't use good research. और वो ये रहा है कि because funding नहीं मिल रही है, तो हमारे जो social sciences हैं और humanities के लोग हैं, encouraging, they don't publish in journals abroad. Local journals के साथ गुजारा करते हैं, क्योंकि competition तो ये पूछते हैं कि निकालें अच्छा काम, तो और वो उसमें funding की जरूरत इतनी नहीं है, वो तो बहुत कम आपसे डिमांड है।
Last question. Please, sir.
Mike, Mike.
There are hundreds of areas where funding is needed. Someone they can do research. Like when I joined GIK Institute, I took a PhD student, and to one PhD student, I gave a bottle of a child red dye. for 6,000 she produced 6 liters out of it. And there are areas where you just need, can invest that from your own pocket. I did in we manage papers. These days there are hundreds of simulation and software tools. Exactly. And in electrical engineering, students are taught uh, Simulink, Proteus. Uh, there are thousands of papers every year by just using those software. Africa software system, and thousands of people publish using that because in some areas it is very expensive. So there are alternatives these days. If someone is not doing research, I think he cannot think that I cannot out. You could consult someone or we helped many people. They were not able to do research. They have issues of their future. So we invited them and they invited them and we managed to start now.
Well said. Last question, sir. HEC focuses up theoretical knowledge of student, but not practical knowledge structure. Bring it to HEC in research program. Please.
बिकॉज करंटली वो करिकुलर प्रोविजन के अंदर पड़े हुए भी हैं एंड
हाँ.
जी तो एक्चुअली what currently done is they've introduced in fact the build or the other way, they have introduced too much of lab work, right?
The latest technology.
कि वो लैब वर्क इतना
इसकी बात
ज्यादा है
करें.
मैं इसके ओवरऑल करिकुलम की बात कर रहा हूँ उसके अंदर उन्होंने लैब वर्क इतना दिया है कि बच्चा शायद लैब में ही बेचारा और जाएगा काम करें तो अभी people are looking at this hands-on किताब और हमारा जो एरिया कंप्यूटिंग है इसके अंदर स्पेसिफिकली आपको बहुत सारी चीजें अप्लाइड नेचर की ही करनी पड़ती हैं